Invitation for a citizen to schedule time on the commission agenda for an item not listed. Okay, approval of the agenda. Anything else? Stacy? Okay, it's long enough, 3 pages. Consent agenda items, approval of minutes, travel, education request, personal action, and human service report. Does anybody have anything on the consent agenda they want to bring up?
I have one. There was a correction needed from the minutes. Actually, not even all of the minutes that are getting approved today. That we found something from back from December 16th. An agreement just got numbered incorrectly. We have 2 that have the same agreement number as we were catching that up. So we'll make that correction on our end.
Okay, duly noted. Anybody else? Hearing none, I'll accept the consent agenda as printed. Routine business, approval of claims. Moved by Stephanie, seconded by Larry. Any discussion or comments?
There was the one correction, some corrections handed out this morning.
Yeah, right.
I think Sarah made notes on what those were.
This one here? No. Yeah, that one. And out a lot of paper this morning. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. We have a correction. We don't need an amendment for that, no. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, I forget, roll call. And today we'll take it easy with Stacy because she's doing double duty today.
Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen? Aye. Pierce? Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, department head reports. And I think we'll start out with Sonia, so you can get going for the day.
Good morning. Okay, well, I thought I was going to have some friends here with me this morning, but not yet anyway. So, for those of you new to the board, I'm Sonia Mack, 4-H Extension Youth Program Advisor for Brookings County. The Extension Board wanted this presentation to be a little bit different, or department head report a little different than some of the others that veteran commissioners have heard and seen, just to educate you a little bit on 4-H in Brookings County. So I provided a PowerPoint, and I think that I printed it or submitted it via slides in a handout form for your packet, so you've seen some of it prior to today. First, just to update you on our 2013-2014 4-H numbers, and recognizing that 4-H runs on an October 1 to September 30 4-H year. We had 10 4-H clubs that were made up of 399 members. There were 48 registered volunteers, which there are lots of volunteers within the clubs as parents and within our program as a whole. The registered volunteers actually submit to a background check and go through a little bit more thoroughness than some of our other helpers at the club level. And we had 2,977 4-H youth participants outside of our traditional 4-H clubs. So in 2013, 2014, we reached over 3,000 youth in Brookings County alone. And the ones that are participating in 4-H clubs were not also counted in that 2,977 number. That number is comprised of youth that are participating in 4-H after-school activities, that are participating in school enrichment activities, which are being conducted by myself or other individuals within our school districts, perhaps through character counts materials. I did the Take a Stand program. So it doesn't always have to be myself standing in front of a group of kids to count them towards our 4-H numbers anytime they're being reached with 4-H materials, 4-H curriculum. So currently, a snapshot of 2014, 2015, and recognizing that we allow 4-H members to enroll up to September 30, 2015, which is the end of the year, only to turn them off at 11:59 that night and make them have to renew their enrollment the next day. But we don't shut off our enrollment as far as becoming a member. There is some deadlines that are a little bit more exclusive when it comes to participation at state levels, county levels, based on some state requirements for animals and things of that nature. But for those individuals, it also includes enrollment, so they won't have been excluded from their projects. So to this point, our clubs remain at 10. We have 284 members. Actually, it's up already to 286 from when I submitted this report, and 35 registered volunteers currently. We have a few that haven't done all of their paperwork yet for the new year, because just like our members, our 4-H volunteers need to re-enroll on an annual basis as well. The youth participants that I discussed in the 2013-14 year won't be calculated until the end of the year, because that programming is ongoing. The number will probably remain fairly consistent, because I do know that in Brookings they utilize the character count system and materials, and I have some other in-school enrichment programs lined up for the year that those kids, wouldn't be identified yet. The project areas are intense. There's 82 of them available, and you can see that the most popular in Brookings range from livestock to STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, clothing and textiles, to dog, and anything in between. So we provide a wide opportunity for our youth to experience project areas that maybe they're very familiar with, and maybe they're just beginning to scratch the surface. In our last year's 4-H season, the exhibits in Brookings, we had, at Achievement Days, 1,286 exhibits on display or in the show ring. Our horse show, which is a separate event, had 29 riders participating in 21 classes. For the dog show, we had 14 youth, showing 16 dogs exhibiting in 52 different classes. Those dogs go from ring to ring to ring, and those kids are really busy. Our Special Foods Youth in Action contest showcased 18 different dishes / recipes. In Fashion Review, we had 46 outfits, and we had 11 presenters during our public presentation contest. All of those things that I've just identified also are qualifying events for a state level opportunity, so youth that receive purple ribbons in those specific areas, in most cases, depending on age anyway, for a couple of them, do have an opportunity to move on to a state level competition. So a 4-H glimpse in our community. We have a number of community service activities that are being done on a regular basis by members of our 4-H club. I highlighted a few of them based off of the community service applications that our clubs submit at the end of our 4-H year in recognition of an award that is given in November. And not only are they participating in the community service events, they're also taking part in 4-H promotion throughout the county. One of our big ones is participating in Hobo Days and having our kids help develop and build and design that float, and everybody has, for the last 3 years, had a matching t-shirt, and it seems to be kind of fun for everybody involved. Some of the other 4-H promotion things are done at a club level, some of them at a county level, and those are just a snapshot, I guess, of some of the things that are happening in those areas. And I believe our last slide just identifies where some of the 4-H after-school and in-school programs are happening. After-school programs are taking place in the Sioux Valley School District at the base program, which is comparable to the GAP program here in Brookings, where we are present in 3 sites. Also within the Dubrook School District. And the Character Counts is a program that's being conducted in school. This is one of those programs that isn't necessarily being done by myself, but by teachers and guidance counselors within the school system that have been trained to utilize that material. There's some other in-school things that at this time aren't scheduled but are in the works for getting dates scheduled, especially for the Sioux Valley School. So in conjunction with Extension Board members and myself, this was a little presentation we wanted to share. Please feel free to hit me with any questions you might have right now about things that you were just hit with.
Board?
So when you look at the numbers for 2014-15, and I understand that it goes through, did you say the end of September?
Correct.
Do you get a lot more kids that sign up just before the summer? Is there a change in enrollment?
May 31st is a deadline for participation in state level events. There's a number of kids that will get signed up between now and then because they are going to exhibit livestock, and those need to be in our online program by the 31st of May, some of them even earlier. So those kids that are kind of struggling behind to get their enrollments done, we'll make sure they're done by May 31. I have a good crop of kids that participate in rodeo, and those kids need to be enrolled by the 1st of May. So prior to May 31, we will see another increase in our enrollment. And I don't look for our numbers to be that much different from our 399 that we had last year. I think we'll be in that same ballpark.
Thank you.
Shooting sports, they have to enroll also?
Yes, they do.
Yep.
Shooting sports is a project area that falls within that 82 project areas under the 4-H umbrella. So in order to be an active participant in that program or in that project, they do need to be enrolled in 4-H, and they show their kind of connection to that club. And some of them, you've heard me say this before probably, are only involved in the shooting sport program and are only involved in that short-term special interest group. Then we have another handful of them that are, at least about half of them, that are also enrolled in the 4-H traditional club that meet more on a regular basis.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to commend you on this presentation, albeit I'm part of the Extension Board. You did this work, and this is a real nice presentation, and I think if our two former commissioners who wanted more and wanted more and wanted more were here, they would be pleased with this presentation because this shows facts and figures, and that's what they were looking for. So thank you for your hard work, and this is a very nice PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Andy, good to see you. You showed up sooner than Major Reno did for Custer's, so.
Yeah, there we go.
On back on those numbers, and you just kind of touched on, is probably shooting sports the only one that's a crossover? I mean, that kids do too. I mean, they don't, if you belong to the, I don't know, Maderi Busy Bees or whatever, you could have some belong to shooting sports, but not something else, or the
The
crossover.
other one that has some crossover, I mean, in our 4-H online program, you're able to identify at least 3 clubs, I think. So I have kids that are, okay, so they're recognizing themselves as their primary 4-H club is the Little Leprechauns, and their second club or second belonging is the shooting sports. But I've also, the other one that seems to get some recognition and crossover is our dog project. And that club, because they meet on even though, yeah, they're more special interests, just like shooting sports, they meet primarily May through August, in order to begin training dogs and working on the next level of their competition up through their state dog show, which is the week before the state fair. So that's really the other one. technically, I suppose we could have a club for every one of our project areas
Yeah.
if we had someone that could lead them, and had a volunteer that was responsible for each of those project areas. So much of what the 4-H member does is independently with mom, dad, some other caring adult, or within their club, instead of always identifying that they belong to another club. But I think that would be the other one, and horse. I shouldn't say just dog. Horse also kind of, there are some kids that will recognize themselves as horse club because they are active in that project area heavily from April to July.
Okay. And if, and I assume once you're a member, you're a member. You're not, if you did dog shooting and leprechauns, you're not 3 members, you're 1 member.
You're one
Yeah,
member,
yeah.
right.
And the 3,000, is that part of your visits? I know you go out and visit the schools on a regular
That
part of
number
your.
is numbers based on my visits and visits from or contact from other individuals that are utilizing 4-H and extension curriculum.
Yeah. And do you have to go back to these schools like more than once, don't you?
It's 6
several-
hours of
yeah,
contact time.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, any other questions?
Sonia, can you ad-lib a little bit on the traditional group? Some of the members might not know that they have a president, vice president, treasurer.
Our traditional 4-H clubs usually meet once a month. They do elect officers on a yearly basis per the 4-H year. Those clubs are also the ones that are more prominent in those community service areas that I listed, just because they're making that a part of their regular club meeting. I just visited with Kelsey, her at the Boys and Girls Club. Their 4-H club, some of their community services going to Edgebrook down the road from them, and they've done some interaction with residents at Edgebrook, playing. No, Edgebrook. She said Edgebrook, which is by Hy-Vee, right?
Yeah.
Well, she said.
No,
That's the golf course.
Whatever,
Edge,
No, well,
what, Edge something.
Edgewood, whatever.
Edgewood Vista, yeah.
One of those places. They went at Christmas, they sang carols, they have played some games. I know that there are members of the West Sioux 2 Club over in Volga that do some similar activities at their care center. The 4-H club my children belong to, they've made they'll make Valentines for vets here in February. There's also that opportunity for public presentations at a club level to help stimulate some skills within those children to speak in front of a group and not just be like this all the time. And learning how to put together a presentation, in whether it be a demonstration, an illustrated talk, a public speaking, and learning the components of introduction, body, summary, and pulling all of that together. I don't know what other highlights I might be able to share with you about traditional clubs, but their contact with each other is greater just because it's on a more regular basis. Not that, like shooting sports, my kids and any of the others that are signed up to participate are seeing those instructors on a weekly basis in some cases if their schedules make them available each week. And then after that, they won't see them again until December, and their contact time and their primary interest at that time is the discipline in which they're shooting. And so they're not spending a whole lot of time outside of, just aiming at the target for archery or BB gun or air rifle. Albeit they are improving their skills and gaining some responsibility within the range and some confidence in their practice. They're not exposed to some of those other things that the youth that are participating in a regular or a traditional 4-H club might be seeing. However, it doesn't exclude them from being eligible or able to participate in any of the 4-H activities that are offered within our county or the state. So they may not be receiving on a monthly base level, the traditional club experience, and not seeing that, but it doesn't keep them from being able to participate. I get a lot of kids who are shooting sport kids especially that look forward to coming to 4-H camp. And I didn't put that number up, but we have, for the past 3 years, have taken 50 kids to 4-H camp at Lake Poncet. So I'm really glad I don't have to take them on a bus, because I think I would be a little crazy by the time we got there and got back. But their traditional experience is different, but yet their opportunities are the same.
Yeah.
Bring up another subject, and maybe Andy can discuss this as part of the extension board. We've had discussions in the past about facilities and different things like that. Is there an update from where you're at on some ideas of moving forward on some,
I
projections?
guess, we've had a small subcommittee look at some different places and stuff, I guess, we got some places in mind, and we've made some contacts, so, to look at, I guess, just moving forward, I guess, we don't, back to the $1 million question, when's our end date, where we're at, and, I think, but we've got a couple, some pretty solid places that have some pretty good interest in.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So, all right, we're working on strategic planning and stuff like that, and I know this is going to be coming up.
It'll be talking about.
We'll be talking about it. So, any updates you can give us where you're at on some of that stuff and that kind of thing, and maybe some even more in-depth conversation should be had and stuff too. But it's one of our focuses for our board, I think, in the upcoming future, to try to get this taken care of and give us a direction and
Sure.
where we're going. So we definitely, obviously, want your guys' input on that stuff too. So just any update you can give us on that would be appreciated.
Sure.
Sonia, kind of a follow-up a little bit. You work with, you work for or hired by the SDSU extension, and a year ago we read their pathway, and they kind of emphasized that county governments work more directly with the marketing and promotion in that book that they printed. Do you have any suggestions, or, and this can be a wide open question rather than waiting until budget time, do you have any suggestions or comments to the commission on structure as far as marketing, promotion, extension, and what works best, and for a framework for 4-H in Brookings County to be set up? Do you have, or any other topic that you want to bring forward to us?
Are you referring to Extension Board and Promotion and Expansion Committee and utilizing
That's
those?
what. I always, business side of the meeting, I talk marketing promotion. I always throw that. That's the one.
Well, I actually just participated in a web meeting yesterday where in February, the 4-H advisors will be gathering in regional centers and discussing some promotion and expansion committee content. Our group is we're looking at some dates now to get our next meeting together. We have to have some new individuals. We've had some that have been on the committee for a couple years and have fulfilled their role, so we're revamping our group a little bit. But, as far as the county goes, the Promotion and Expansion Committee is something that we have to keep in place because of USDA requirements and SDSU expectation of that. I don't know, the Extension Board seems to be working fine. I'm not sure what you want me to
In
really-
their little guide, it was called Pathways to something or whatever, that they printed about a year or two ago when they made the change. They said county governments should be working through the Expansion Promotion Committee. It didn't mention extension. In fact, they said extension only supposed to exist in 9 communities, 9 regional centers, and which is in conflict with state law. But I'm just wondering if there's been discussion or you've seen examples that work structurally, framework-wise, then.
I know at one time we had talked about as a board just kind of holding our meetings together, and then I guess, and I think for the most part it worked, but then this facility discussion came up and we thought, that's maybe something we want to keep in a little closer group, more adults versus the Promotion Expansion Committee has youth involved and everything, so we thought, we don't need a group of 15, 20 people sitting there trying to have that discussion, So that's where but outside of that, I think most everything could intertwine as far as the two boards go, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is community health, and I don't know how long we got. 4 minutes before. You got a 4-minute one, or do you?
Yeah, I got a short one.
Okay. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yep. My name is Jenny Burns. I'm the part-time nurse in the community health office, WIC office. And you got our report, our summary. Our numbers, as you can kind of see, have increased in November and December. Partially is because we have our flu clinics in October, so our numbers kind of dropped down in WIC services at that time. And I was on maternity leave, so it seems like forever since I've been here. It's been since August. So those numbers continue to go up. On the side note, Melissa Kuhl, the full-time nurse, has taken a different position in the Department of Health. So her last day is February 6th. So the posting for that position is opened. It was open the end of last week. So we'll be filling that hopefully sooner than later. And we'll have a couple other nurses from other counties coming to help me out in the next month or two until we get that new nurse hired and trained in. So we continue to have our breastfeeding peer counselor. She is awesome. She's a great person. She sees clients in the office and by phone contact, and she's available again in those evenings, nights, weekends, holidays, things that Melissa or I are not available to help with those breastfeeding questions. We continue to provide all childhood immunizations. We still have flu vaccine in our office. The media is really getting out there and helping push those numbers up a little bit to get people to get their children immunized. We're starting school services here in February, so we'll be going around to our schools that we have contracts with and doing those. We're looking at changing some of our prenatal education and updating those materials. Are pretty outdated, so it's time to go through those again and get those updated. And safe sleep is still a high priority. We're still assessing all babies that come in if they have a safe place to sleep, and if not, then we do issue them a pack and play from our office. And you can see our numbers have gone up, almost doubled from November to December. So that's kind of what we've been doing the last few months. Any questions?
Any questions, board? Does the Department of Health do the screening or hiring for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all the Department of Health. Yep.
Well,
Right.
well, thank you, Jen.
Thank you. Yep.
Oh,
Thanks.
yeah, good, okay. 8:58. I don't think anybody got a 2-minute program? I didn't think so. Yeah, Doc, why don't you start wandering up here, get ready for your 9 o'clock, yeah. That clock is slow, so don't go by that up there. We're gonna get that fixed sooner.
As requested, we are here to discuss drainage this morning.
Introduce yourself, lean in, and
Okay, my
get
name
that
is
mic.
Doc Knaus.
Yeah.
I live at 932 44th Street South. And as requested, we are here to discuss some drainage issues this morning. I had talked to the commission office the last couple of days, and I kind of wanted to know what precipitated the city drainage fees. And we have not been able to get to the city council meeting minutes yet. But what rumor has told me is that from the real heavy snowfall in the winter of '83 and in the spring of '84, and a lot of rain in June of '84, a record wet June, that several people have come forward to the city and asked for some relief in the amount of water that was sent south of town. And you should have, I believe you all have, some notes from the minutes from the June through probably about December county commission meetings. One of the unfortunate things is all those commission members are deceased. So Lloyd Osby and Lloyd Sterrud and several others that were on the commission at that time, we can't ask for their input anymore, and I don't know how good our memories would be 30 years later anyway. One member that, Jan Sanderson, actually was installed in January of '85. So he does have some recollection of what has transpired through this. Unfortunately, he had a knee replacement, and I have not had a chance to really sit down and talk with him, but it'd be nice to be able to talk to him and get some insight also as to where the direction was. Everyone kind of tells me that after the county had met with the city, then the city enacted a drainage fee shortly thereafter. And that drainage fee was supposed to take care of this drainage problem south of Brookings. Well, as commissioners and councilors are replaced and mayors are replaced, sometimes the intent gets lost. And I'm going to be sorely disappointed if we're going to take $400,000 or more and fix up a golf course with the drainage fee money that was established to fix the problem that we've been complaining about for 30 years. We know some facts. The city of Brookings is on a hill. We know from the location of the sewer treatment plant that everybody knows what runs downhill. We know that it's downhill. From the maps, from the 1984 report, we see that Brookings has expanded. What was once cornfields is now driveways and asphalt shingled roofs and sidewalks and streets. We know that that doesn't soak water up like cornfields and bean fields do. The city of Brookings feels that it's not their responsibility once it crosses the city limits. As far as I'm concerned, it's still their water. So I don't know how to progress from here, and that's why I've come to the commission. We kind of got started on this last fall with Don as the kind of chair of our little committee, and Don's no longer on the council or commission, so it's Larry, I guess, is going to take his place. Larry and I and Mark Richards actually toured this area last Monday. Larry could probably give you a little more insight as to what he observed, and I guess now it's time for action. Like I say, I'm really going to be disappointed if we spend $400 and some thousand out of this fund that was supposed to fix our problem and make sure that 185 people, members of the golf course, don't get mud on their shoes.
You're looking for a response from the commission at this point, Doc?
Hmm?
You're looking for a response from the commission at this point to your
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, we don't have any control over what happens at the golf course. Of course, you're aware of that.
Yeah, I know that.
And secondly, we are interested in continuing the dialogue and working with the city and with the township people, which is why we have put another member on that board, to continue the dialogue and to work together to try to figure out a solution. So we are serious about that. We're not dropping the ball. This commission isn't. dropping the ball.
Very good.
You know, and beyond that, I guess I don't know what else to say unless Larry has something to say after your tour.
The only thing I can see is we did a road project out there a few years ago, and there is areas out there. There used to be some waterways. Over the years, these waterways have either silted in, the cattle have kind of obliterated them, and the water kind of meanders more than it does a direct flow to the Sioux River. I guess looking at it, you know, on the maps and such, I feel we need to work with, I don't know if the state can help with this. We just need to look at it and see if we can go out into these properties. Doc did say that the most landowners are on board to work with us or work with the city. I just feel we need to continue to look at it and make sure there's a more direct path for the water to get to the Sioux River.
You know, I think it's time for another meeting. I mean, the last one we had was September. And I'm looking at the people that were there at that meeting, and I think we need to be, in my opinion, we need to be more aggressive on our meetings and more of a plan rather than every 6 months. It seems like you end up going over the same things every 6 months, but nothing gets done. And so, you know, I think with either staff or with us, our discussions, we could probably try to push these meetings more on a couple-month basis, month-to-month basis. We're going to need to work together with the city on that. And I think you got a great point with that drainage fund money, you know, and those fees and stuff like that. Is there a chance that the city and the county could collaborate with the state and also to put together a drainage plan and implement it, you know, and it takes time to get it going. I think the people that were at the table at this last meeting is a good group. They've got some insight, and we need to just keep it going and maybe come out of recommendations. We could, you know, I guess as there, I don't know if we can put together a task force that would, their responsibility is to come up with a plan to get that water to where it needs to go to. You know, that task force could be combined of city, state, and county people and landowners. They could do something like that. I think the next step needs to be more aggressive that way, where it's not just a group talking, it's a group with a mission. And I don't know if you'd have to let me know, I've never convened a task force or any of that kind of stuff from there, what the right steps are. But I think we got to go to the next step. I think we need to get more involved in it because, like you say, 30 years down the road, I mean, there's minutes of talking about it. They might have met every year, once a year, but it just kept being pushed down.
I don't want to see it committed to death.
Yeah. And so I think you need to have something with a focus, whether, you know, like I said, a task force keeps coming up that, okay, within 2 years there, we need to have some type of an idea of a combination between Brookings County, the state of South Dakota with an idea and potential funds for it. What do we need to come up with to make this happen and to see if we can get it done?
Well, like I've indicated, I believe the city did have a mechanism in place to pay for this.
Right.
It just got lost.
Well, and again, us as counties don't have really control over that because that is a city limits fee that is imposed on that. But that doesn't mean we can't give our input to the city on that too. You know, we
And
certainly.
what they tell me is, well, the county should come up with a taxing mechanism to fund the drainage. And I don't see where the county really needs to be taking care of the city's water. I think that's the city's responsibility.
And I think in these days, it's going to be everybody's responsibility. We could point at somebody and say, that's yours, we're going to stand back, you take care of it. But we all know that's not going to get anything done.
I know.
So, you know, that's, we got to work all together on it. And, you know, and down the road, if we have to come up with funds and they have to come up with funds and we can get a state, maybe First District has some ideas of some ideas of some grants or different things like that we can work through drainage out there. So I think it's going to be a process again. But I think we have to be more aggressive on it. I think we have to get some answers and get some stuff done and meet on a regular basis.
Well, if we're gonna be counting on grants, you know, we're just kicking the can down the road is all we're doing, because we're gonna have to figure out a way to fund this ourselves, because, you know, nobody's gonna come and bail us out on this deal. And like I say, I believe that the funding mechanism was already in place through the city of Brookings to fix this problem. It's just that, you know, the intent has been lost.
Yeah.
This brings back a point that I made when I was campaigning. We need to have access to some services of a hydrologist. These guys can meet until they're blue in the face, but we need somebody that knows the science that can say how we would fix the problem. And I don't know how we go about that, and I don't know if First District has that resource available for us. But that's something that will come up not just on this project, but on other different projects as we talk about it. We need somebody that's got the scientific training in water, a hydrologist, that will be able to help us know what it's going to take to fix something. Then we can decide if we can afford to fix it or not.
Mr. Chair. Jay, are you a hydrologist? Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Robert.
Yes, Commissioner Pierce, we got the East Dakota Water Development District, and Mr. Gilbertson, and he employs a staff of people to include hydrologists and geologists that we've used in my 15 years here. And one of the problems we have with this particular area is we've got a study in place dated February 1985. So I think if we're going to get serious about doing something, going to the Big Sioux River itself, we're going to have that study updated. There's no way we can talk to the Corps of Engineers with a study that's 30 years old. They're not going to pay any attention to you. So one of our first steps is going to have to be to determine, do we want to update our hydrology analysts and preliminary alternatives from 1985 to modern day figures. I mean, we got a document that tells us how much it would cost back in 1985, but that, to me, I can't correlate the 1985 numbers to the 2015 numbers.
I would like to see a copy of that, though. Is that something that could be
By all means.
disseminated to the commission?
And here is
And you have a copy?
Banner and Associates, the commissioner signed a contract with Banner and Associates in December of '84 to conduct this study and to give alternatives. And they have two alternatives that they designed at that time. One was a grass-lined ditch. The other was a concrete-lined ditch from 20th Street south to the Sioux River, about 4 miles.
Well, and I think state's working on their drainage philosophy, I guess, of how they're going to handle, drainage in all the counties with the watershed systems and different things like that. And I know hydrologists have come up of the ability to each district have one, or where they're at and that kind of stuff. So maybe there's potential down the road that we can, when we're in a certain watershed district that we're talking about, Big Sioux River probably, that there's the ability to get those studies done through that watershed. But again, that's the state working there, and I guess I don't want to wait for the state for 2 years down the road to make a decision on what they're going to do, and then we have to keep going. I think we have to work locally at this problem and decide if we're going to update that drainage plan, and if we want to do that. That's why I guess I would like to see this group put together and come back to us with, these are our timelines, these are our ideas, this is what we'd have to have done first, and this is the input from Jay and the city, and say we would like to fund another study on it. And if the study takes 6 months, it takes 6 months, but we got to have some basis. I understand where Bob's coming from there on what we're asking for and why we need to do it, and that study would be a good first step.
And I just want to make sure the ball doesn't get dropped on this again, because it's
Can I-
been dropped so many times, and it's the squeaky wheel gets greased. So
You're right, elected officials come and go. And I was wondering, and Abby hit the brakes, hit my shock collar, had her install one on my ankle, is that would it be appropriate if we gave consent to have Stacy send an email to the mayor and to the city manager, Jeff Weldon, that we are still very concerned. We want the group that met before to meet again, and we are concerned at the costs and maybe even address the money issue before they spend it. We may need some of that money for a project or at least research. I'm not sure what the right solution is, and I'm sure whatever it is, it's only going to satisfy half the people. But I think we
can't
need to.
satisfy everyone.
I think we need at least get some point. And I guess what's the commission's thought of contacting?
I actually
Jeff
did.
Weldon
I
and-
actually did, and I was in Jackie's office yesterday and left a message that we were going to have this meeting this morning, and they were invited to this meeting.
Jackie is here.
She is, okay.
But I just think that the commission needs to say, we want this to move forward to the city. And Larry, you're a brand-new commissioner, we throw you right into the fire, but he's our appointed liaison, and September was a long time ago. And in the minutes, it said, no future meeting date was set. Well, that was an unfortunate thing, because time flies. And
Just to interrupt
go
you,
ahead, Ryan.
Can we formally ask for that? I mean, can we formally go to the city and say, hey, we would like to put this drainage task force together. We'd like you to appoint a counselor, city councilor. We'd like, your engineers to be there. Bob will be there, and we can say we'd like to appoint this task force with a goal and mission to meet on a whatever basis need be to come back with recommendations of what needs to be done. And so instead of just calling people up and sending a couple emails and stuff, I'd like to formalize it more so there's some, I guess, responsibility. I mean, there's some, okay, we are a task force. We're required to do this, and we need to check back with all the people involved. And so I would like to see it formalized a little more. That's what my thought is.
I just remember when we got going with this, that the idea was there were going to be a couple of meetings with a group of people to narrow it down and then proceed with a more firm, but having one meeting doesn't get the firm. And so my intent was to get that original group back together, which would lead to the task force or whatever. But I'm open to whatever you guys.
A couple of comments. First of all, as relates to the watershed task force legislation, do we have anybody that watches legislation for us? Who does that?
You mean as a state or as a?
No, I meant locally. Do we have somebody that's watching what's going on with that legislation? Because we'll know within the next 45 days whether or not that passes or not. And
Well,
maybe one of the things we want to be looking at is if that is going to happen, maybe we want to be looking at what we could do to be first applicants, And then that was my first point. And then my second point, since Jackie's here, I don't know if it would be appropriate if she would be able to tell us, I know nothing about the drainage fee. How's that assessed? And where does the money go? Are you able to answer that, or is that putting you on the spot?
Doc, we're burning into your gravel time. Is that okay?
And the gravel deal, okay, and Jackie, I want Jackie can.
I'm just
continue this
warning you, we're
conversation.
digging in.
Yeah, and that's, the gravel deal, all I was gonna ask there was that maybe we bid a few smaller quantities.
Okay, we'll
from
get to
different
that.
bids.
Mr. Knaus had contacted me yesterday looking for some history on the drainage fee, and so late in the afternoon I was able to find a folder of information. It looked like in the late 80s, or in the late 84, 83 timeframe, the city was holding public meetings about drainage. I didn't bring all those with me or anything, and Mr. Darnell was city engineer at that time. And then they were taking public input on drainage projects and drainage ordinances and that type of thing during the 80 timeframe. And then in roughly May 1985, I don't have a signed resolution in front of me, but it looks like the city passed the ordinance on the storm drainage fee. And the purpose this particular ordinance, the original version is the same. That's what's in the current version. The purpose of the division is to establish a charge against real property within the city of Brookings for the operation, maintenance, and capital expenses of the storm, sewer, and drainage system. And so that purpose and language is still the same even when we revised our ordinances. And from the documents in this file, it looked like the city adopted a list of projects right at that same time, which the fee was being used for. So they prioritized a list of projects each year, and they worked through the Planning Commission and the City Council, and then proceeded through the 80s to do some of those projects. And they were all within the city limits of Brookings. So what I could find in the files, it appeared to me that they adopted the ordinances and we're using the fees for projects within the city limits. And then that's what we continue to do today. We charge the fee on parcels within the city limits. We have a prioritized list of projects. Our goals have changed since the new ordinances were passed, where we have detention. We're trying to reduce those, meet historical flow rates. More analysis is performed on modeling and so forth. But the fees are still used for drainage projects within the city limits and buying land. We've bought a mower with it for our detention pond maintenance. And we do have a salary portion for the folks that work on detention ponds and drainage ways and cleaning pipes and that kind of thing. So it's for maintenance and projects. And so that's a really short history. I wanted to put together a report for the city council because they've been talking about that same kind of issue since the golf course came up. What can we use the fees for and that kind of thing. So that's just what I found since yesterday. So apologize for my quick narrative there.
Is that a dedicated fund then that the monies go into? It's dedicated
Yes.
for drainage?
Yep, it's its own specific fund. Yep, special revenue fund.
Do you know what is in that fund right now? Have any idea?
For a balance? I'd have to look, $1 million maybe, yep. And we used that, one of our large projects was the Division Avenue project. That was $1 million original plan. Now it's lowered in scope, but we have bought some property. We're proceeding with a list of prioritized projects.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Well, back to the point, I guess my concern is that we need to let the city know that either we're going to proceed, we would like to see a task force, or we want the original group back with the ultimate goal, coming to some conclusion through a task force or whatever. But I think we need to let the city know it's still on our radar and it's very important to us.
Mr. Chair, we had 2 commissioners on that original group. Do you feel that it would be prudent for us to possibly put Commissioner Pierce on there with? Sorry.
Well, kind of goes with planning and zoning. Donnie was the contact person, but when I was reading those minutes, I didn't know Dennis was.
Yeah.
So we did have 2 people there, but Leanne?
I guess I would defer to Larry. Is that something that you
That'd
want?
be fine.
I think the first thing is put the city on notice that we want to meet again. And if there's, agreement with that.
Jay, do you feel there, I see you're on the list here, do you feel there'd be anybody else beneficial to be on this committee? I know there's a Sioux River watershed improvement going on. I don't know exactly who's in charge of that.
Jay Gilbertson with East Dakota. I think the group that met back in September, local interest, the city and the county, folks, some of the landowners, I think as Commissioner Wyseth's point, I think you kind of need to figure out what do you want to happen. What's the goal, and then figure out a way to make that happen, rather than bring a whole bunch of people in. The more people in the room, the more difficult it's going to do to figure out what the issue is and how to resolve that. So I think bringing that group back together, and certainly be more than willing to continue to participate in that front. I think decide at that local level what you want to do and then move forward. And if I could, mention's been made of the legislative task force that has taken 3 years, and they came up with 2 bills. The big one is within about 7 days, I think, of going mostly down. But if it does survive, what's going to survive is at least 3 or 4 years away on that regard. So I think taking local control and trying to move something forward is the right thing to do. If you wait for the Big Sioux Basin Natural Resource District to materialize, it's going to be a long time.
I'm not so sure that we want that anyway. I think the more we keep it local, and our neighbors to the south seem to be doing quite well in their county with their drainage plans. And when we lost our drainage board, I was assured that we would have something in place immediately. That has not happened, and I think we need to revisit that to help ourselves, because I don't, frankly, I read that Senate Bill 2 that's coming up, and frankly, I don't want Minnehaha County running what we do in Brookings County, because that's like comparing apples to oranges. And so I'm not sure that that's what we want anyway. I just as soon keep it local, and I think we need to take a good look at what Moody County does.
I just, back to your deal here. I guess you say, what is the goal? Well, people have identified they have a problem with water. That's the problem. The next step is to get information, possible, so you know what you're talking about. And the third is to have a choice of solutions that are possible and affordable. And so I guess I'd like to I think we have a problem. Now we've gotten some information. I think that group needs to get the information and then get to a point of possible solutions that they can present, and to see what political body can afford it, and landowners or whatever, to get the best possible solution to the original problem. I guess that's the way I look at it. And I just think we need to move forward with that group that met in September, and with that in mind. And I guess if the commission is supportive, I would ask if they would give their consent to Stacy to send a note to the mayor and the city manager that we want that group to meet again. Would that be appropriate? Is everybody comfortable with that? Is it okay, Abby? Okay. Okay, gravel. You got about 2 minutes.
And 1 minute is all it's going to take. Transportation of gravel is a major cost for the county. So the further you have to haul it to the roads, the more it costs you to put gravel on your roads. There are several gravel pits throughout the county that you could eliminate your hauling time and your distance and your fuel. You want to haul 10 loads a day, or you want to haul 20 loads a day. And I think the way to eliminate some of that would be to put up lesser amounts in tonnage at various pits that are closest to the roads that need gravel on them. And I think Larry would be an excellent one to look at that too, because he has a lot of experience working with the county highway department. He knows where the gravel roads are, he knows where the gravel pits are, and I believe that you guys could save some money by doing it that way. That's all I have to say.
Commissioners, anybody have a response?
I guess, Doc, the only concern, you know as well as I do, everybody tries to meet the specs that we set forth in their bids.
Yes.
I don't see any problem as long as the gravel in these smaller pits meets
state spec.
I believe last year when you did gravel bids, you accepted all bids. I guess it's up to Dick's discretion if it's beneficial to the highway to haul out of a pit that's closer to a road. I know there's areas of the county that are miles away from the local sources. I guess it's, as we look at the bids, we want to make sure we're buying a good material. We don't want to haul material that's not up to spec. It just defeats the purpose. A good material will last longer. You know that, Doc. And I didn't mean Dick. It's kind of up to him. So.
And I agree that all the material has to meet the spec, okay? And, you know, and I happen to have a gravel pit 1 mile from Deer Creek, which is a real heavily traveled, and you have lots of gravel roads up there, and you could save the county a little money. You know, and I mean, Sturzinger has one just a mile from me, and Bose has one on Davis land 3 miles away. So it isn't like I'm trying to get an edge on anyone, because there's gravel pits all over right there. We should be hauling some of that gravel out if it meets spec.
Our highway superintendent couldn't be here today, but our assistant highway superintendent, Chris Prusman, is here. Chris, did you have anything you want to address?
Good morning. With the gravel and stuff around the county, I know that Dick does try to take, you know, what's closest of pits to the gravel roads, whatever it kind of deems necessary, but there is also things that we have to look at that on some gravel pits where the gravel is dug out from under the water table, that type of gravel does not work well on top of the road surface because it's really sandy. It works really great for filling in holes underneath the road surface. But now gravel dug, say for example in Buffalo Ridge area, all up and down that, there was numerous gravel pits all up and down that area. Those in general are all really good gravel for going on top of the gravel roads because it lasts so long and stuff. There is a little bit of minor differences. Some places have a little more clay in them. Some places have a little more sand, you know, as far as outwork in there. But that type of gravel is what really works great on top of the gravel roads. That's what we try to stick to. So some places in the county are kind of a little ways away from Buffalo Ridge. So you get it. We do get sometimes where you have to drive a few miles. But again, like I think Larry said, or maybe it was Ryan said, well, you get a good gravel, it's going to last 2-3 times as long. So it does pay for itself. But ultimately, the decision is up to Dick, of course, of which gravel pit he wants to use from. But I'm not against any or all gravel pits throwing in prices, you know, when we do our bids. So we have that option to choose from throughout the year of what deems necessary for benefit for the county of where we're needing gravel and who's the closest pit and be most efficient for what we're doing. So it benefits everybody as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc Knaus. Okay, back to department head reports, and I think we're ready for Robert.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to read through everything. The important stuff is we've got, well, the important thing, I attended a Vogel Volunteer Fire Department annual feed. But we do have a planning meeting coming up on Friday. It'll be from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And Commissioner Pierce said I have to order pizza. So I presume I'll be ordering pizza. And we will be discussing this time. The focus is going to be on agricultural uses in the county on that particular thing. I am scheduled to meet with the White City Council, Bruce City Council, and Bushnell City Council on February 2. I'm required by our state and local agreement to talk to Avery's local community in Brookings County and give them an emergency management update. And I'll be doing those 3 quickly on February 2. And then February 5th, we've got a meeting that just popped up with our Region 6 for the South Dakota Emergency Management. And I'll probably be sending Ms. Thoreau to that, and we'll just submit a late travel request on that. And on the 29th, we've got a class scheduled in this room called credentialing training. And what this is the state of South Dakota is changing, whereas we got our badges now, everyone's got their ID card. They're going to an ID card system where every law enforcement, to include the sheriff's office and the city police and the campus police, and all the firemen will have credentials at the state level. And it will require the commission department and my office to work to get everyone in Brookings County credentialed. But once the credentials are all typed into the computer, then if they go to Nebraska, if there's a massive fire in Nebraska and Volga Fire Department goes to Nebraska, as long as you're credentialed, they can walk into a fire department in Nebraska, type their numbers in, and print off an ID card for them down there and give them proper authority to be there. So that's what the credentialing class is about later on. And yesterday, we got an invitation to attend classes called Improvised Explosive Device and Explosives Effects Fundamentals. It's an online type deal for about an hour a day for the next few days. And I don't know if you've heard or not, but there's odd things going on. Yesterday, there was a two policemen was getting sworn in, and someone walked in the door and started shooting at them, you know, and there's strange things going on. So the Department of Homeland Security wants to give elected officials and non-elected officials some hints on what if you walk out to your car and you see this funny little wire, do you really want to open your car door at that time? And I think that's what this class is about. And unfortunately, in today's world, it's coming to this, but we have to be prepared. And so I offer you the class. If you want to take it. I'm going to take it just for my own. If it's a true terrorist that wants to get you, they're just going to put a magnet thing up under you, never see it. You start your car and you're gone. But you got these homegrown people that don't know what they're doing, and that's what this will help with the homegrown people versus the true trained people. So, any questions?
Yeah. I have two. Did you have one, Ryan? Okay. What time was your comprehensive plan meeting?
10 o'clock, sir.
10 o'clock?
On Friday.
It's scheduled for 4 hours?
4 hours. From 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Friday.
And then the last meeting focused primarily on residences.
Residential, yes, sir.
Now, is that dropped until, are you going to hit topics over a
what
period of
First
time and
District
then bring it all back? Or?
Right. What First District is doing is we had the last meeting. We talked about a lot of stuff. This meeting's going to focus on agriculture, but they're also going to ask for comments from the last meeting so they can capture all this. And then they're assembling this into a big plan. And then we got to bring all the little meetings all back into a big session for the Planning Commission. And then once they approve or reject, then it comes to the County Commission for the public meetings with the citizens.
So if someone had interest on the residents, the meeting would probably start out with that? The discussion?
More than likely,
yeah.
We'll try to capture that information
Sure.
when they first walk in the door.
And they're open to the public?
By all means.
And that will take place in which room? Is it?
I
Don't
believe
know.
it might be room 300.
Okay.
Though. I'm not 100% sure. It's either that room or this room.
And this pipeline, I got several invites, and I kept looking for an RSVP. I didn't see one.
If you'd like to go, I'd be more than happy to RSVP for you. Are
Yes.
you interested in?
Yes.
By all means. Would any other commissioner like to go? Consider it done.
Thank you.
11:30 tomorrow
Okay.
up at the Swiftel Center.
Right.
Thank you.
I meet with Beta.
Okay. We have equalization down, but this isn't your main show. Did you have? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Joe.
And in your packet, at this point, we had inserted some dates, but we'll probably discuss that at my, okay. Just a couple other things from the office. We had a district meeting for our association last week in Flanders, where we have our separate district from the Sioux Valley district, and well-attended, lots of discussion on a lot of topics going on in equalization. Least of not legislation. We are currently following Senate Bill 44, which is ag criteria. Pennington County is wanting to change what constitutes agricultural. And I have responded to Senator Jim Peterson and Brock Greenfield on the Senate Taxation Committee on this, how it would affect Brookings County right now, the way it is written and being proposed. We have about 250 small ag acreages that are under 20 acres. And the bill right now says to be ag, you have to have 20 acres. And we have 250 that are not. The bill also allows that if you are under 20 acres, you can apply to your county board of commissioners to be ag, and we're trying to get rid of that. So we're working on that. The other one that's been discussed, and Vicki might touch base on this too, they're strongly recommending that the process of registering mobile homes, those that are 1976 and older, go away, and all of these mobile homes be put on the real estate side classification, and we have probably a little over 400 of these. So should this pass, currently right now we are in the process of registering all of these. They come in, tell us that they still have them, they're still located in the same place. We give them their decal and we run their tax slip. So they are paying taxes current, 2015 tax in 2015. Should this pass, they would next year go on to real estate, have no taxes due next year, and then the following year they would be taxed. So we're following that also to see. A lot of counties have already done this. Moody being one, Minnehaha being one. There's a few of us out here that haven't done it yet because it's not in law. So we'll see what happens if this becomes law. Then we'll do it. So, and the office has purchased a new vehicle. We went out to Einsvar. We looked around town. We wanted to stay local, and we did go a little bit over our budget, but we'll make it up on our bottom line. So what we came back with was a 2014 Jeep Compass with very few miles on it and a lot of warranty left. So we thought it was a good purchase. So we have that project done. So any questions on any of that?
I have a question on the legislation on the under 20 acres. So then those acreages would not be taxed as ag? Is that the whole purpose? Why do we support not allowing people to come in front of the commission and get that zone ag?
If it passes and that becomes law, they can certainly come in front of the commission and apply again. But the problem is they've already proven, because right now it's 3 criteria. You have to have 20 acres, you have to be raising farm products, and or make a third of your gross income. So these 250 parcels, they don't have 20 acres, so they have already come to our office and provided income information to demonstrate that they meet the criteria. And I just hate to have them have to jump through the hoops again if this law comes on board, because this law says it has to be, number one, to start the whole process, you have to have 20 acres. There's
So
no and or.
With what you're talking to our representatives about would still allow the possibility for people to come in and get zoned ag if they're less than 20 acres, if they meet some of those criteria in the
If they
future?
pass this, that's what it will be. That would be the process. I'm just saying that this is a West River, I'm telling them this is a West River problem. What we currently have in statute with the 3 criteria meeting 2 works for East River.
Exactly.
And maybe they need to work on fixing it out there. So that's what it was the easiest testimony I had. Jim Peterson had called and asked if he could quote me on I had just emailed him my concerns for Brookings County. And it's being heard tomorrow in detail. It was supposed to be heard last Friday, and they postponed it till tomorrow. So we'll follow up on that, and I'll keep you posted. So. Any other questions? I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. Michael, Veterans and Human Services.
Good morning. I guess real quickly, We did have about 330 phone calls in the last 3 weeks, so it's still averaging out about 100 a week. Walk-ins, actually 10 walk-ins for the veteran side and also 10 for the welfare side, which is usually the veteran side is a lot higher than the welfare side. I'm sorry, that was appointments. The appointment numbers were the same. The walk-ins were 44 on the veteran side and 30 on the welfare side, so which is pretty normal. We'll have a lot more veterans just stopping in with a quick question and stuff than that. What I've done since our last meeting, we did have a meeting in regards to the pork feed. The housing board did meet on the 15th. Right now, Ram Enterprises is the one that is hired to do the Brookings housing as far as the Section 8, and one of their main employees is currently ill, and she is going through treatment. So we're kind of sitting on the edge just to see how that works for Ram. But they did assure us that they will make sure that position is being covered. So that's kind of a promising note. In case you don't know, Ram Enterprises is based out of Aberdeen. They have Brookings County housing. They also do Millbank and Mobridge and a few other smaller ones. So there's a business that just handles housing boards for different organizations in South Dakota. Like I say, I do go up on campus once a month. I was up there on the 20th for the afternoon from 1 to 5. We did have a County Legion meeting on the 12th, and yesterday I did give a presentation before the Noon's Lions Club out at Hy-Vee. And I guess last time I talked a little bit about how our office handles, one of the reasons that you probably see me jumping in and out, and I apologize, is that Irene is on vacation, and I didn't set my schedule right, so they did schedule appointments for me during this time of day, so I look down and see where you're at and run out. That's why that happened. I was going to say, one of the ways, and I was just going to really briefly, our unwritten policy as far as setting appointments. If you're a veteran, we set an appointment whatever time is best for you. If you're asking for economic assistance and you have a job, we try to work our appointments around your employment, because the last thing you need is to miss more work. If you're unemployed and you're asking for assistance, we like to make those about as early in the morning as possible. So that's kind of our unwritten policy. Any questions?
Mr. Chair? I'd like to congratulate you on your new position.
What, how's that?
On your new position.
Oh, which one is that?
Your chair of the, what was the?
With the Enlisted Association?
Yes.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the National Veteran Service Officer for the Enlisted Association. It's an organization based out of Denver, and they usually have about 40,000 members in that particular group. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Well, let's just go down the road there. Vicki?
Good morning. Kristen and I, from the finance office, went to a meeting in Pierre last Thursday and met with the Secretary of State's office. It was a meet and greet with the new administration. And while we were there, we found out the Secretary of State will no longer be renting out the e-poll books, or will be servicing them, or the software part of that. So we are kind of scrambling to see what we are going to do. They do still encourage us to use the e-poll books, but they don't feel like it's a good use of HAVA funds. They feel like that doesn't fall under the HAVA fund criteria. So we are checking, we haven't gotten anything yet, but we are checking with different vendors to see what the e-poll books would cost if you so desire to buy them, and what the service agreement would be and everything. Hopefully, we'll have that together, everything together for you in February, so you can look at those figures. And we did meet with the city yesterday just to let them know that they should contact the state too, that they aren't renting out the e-poll books, but the state said possibly, with it being such short notice, that they could rent out to the city. So they're in the process of looking at that. And last week, the end of last week too, we received the Consumer Price Index for next year from the Department of Revenue, and it's 1.5%. So it's up just a little bit. Last year was 1.4, so it's 1.5 this year. And we have been watching legislation, the same as Joyce was talking about, that Senate Bill 20 that would put registered mobile homes on the same as real estate. I think that we have probably 27 to 30,000 revenue with those mobile homes, so it would be something that would just be back a year if it did go through. And we're also watching on the treasurer's side, House Bill 1020, and that is regarding the fees for sending license plates out. Next year will be the new license plate year, and the state still wants to send them out themselves, and they did not want to charge. And that really got the treasurers upset, because there's a revolving fund that I'm sure it would come out of, and in the long run, we would be paying for it. So we have sent letters to, or emails to the legislators telling them, and they did make an amendment with it, that it would be actual cost instead of no cost. The only thing is, we charge $5, it's in statute, we charge $5 per license plate and $1 for each decal that we send out. So we're still going to be different than what the state is, so we would still like to get that the same, but right now that's where the legislation is. And one other bill that the auditors are bringing up is to change the deadlines, so we aren't scrambling at the last minute to get our tax notices out. But it would change deadlines for cities, for schools, their budgets, and everything to us. So I'm not sure, it hasn't been heard yet, so I'm not sure what that will be, but we'll keep you updated on that. And also, just to give you a little update with the liquor licenses, I think Stacy had checked with the state on that, but that is something when we get fully staffed that we'll be completely on top of, is finding out for sure that there's, how many licenses we have available, and we will have a designated person for that, and we will keep on top of that, just to give you that information. And any questions?
Sorry, I'm new. What's an e-poll book?
E-poll books, yep, no, that's good. They are computers that are used at the vote centers. And do you know what vote centers are? Okay, they're used at the vote centers, and they are in sync with all the other vote centers. So if somebody comes in and votes, it's recorded on this e-poll book, but it's recorded on every one of them. So nobody can vote twice, and it's, they have a record of everybody that's voted.
Is that a digital book, or is that a paper book?
No, it's a computer.
Okay.
Yes, it's a computer. So,
Thank you.
Vicki, question.
Yeah.
That's what allows us to vote anywhere we want to, right?
Yes, correct.
That's the part of it that allows us
Yes.
to do that. Did the state say what they were going to do with their e-poll books that they own?
they said that they own 20 of them, is
Really?
all. Yes. There are seven different counties that have e-poll books, and Brookings County was the only one that rented them. The rest of them owned them.
Oh, really?
And the ones that own them too, they are liking them, they want to stay with that. It's just that nobody had any idea what kind of maintenance agreement and that type of thing it's going to cost, so that's something we have to look into.
Have any of the other counties that own them run into issues of the software and the having breakdowns that I mean, what concerns you is not being able to fix a problem if it would happen on voter's
Right,
day.
right. Well, at this point, no, but they were also connected to the Secretary of State's office prior,
Yeah.
in prior years, so.
So that's what concerns me the most,
Right,
is the loss of
right.
the support, not necessarily the not being able to rent the
Right,
books.
right.
That's the support part, is the having them there. So, does any of the vendors provide support?
Well, that's what we'd have to do, is we'd have to find a vendor, and the way I understand it, there are 3 to 4 vendors that can be used, and we would have to get support from them. Yes, that would have to be in our purchase price or whatever.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Sheriff?
Morning.
Morning.
Just a quick update with jail statistics. We have 26 total inmates, 12 on work release. We have 13 males, 1 female. We have 51 on the 24/7 program. We have 22 that are coming in twice a day to blow. And we have 21 on the scram bracelet. And we have 7 that are on the 24/7 program that are sentenced out of Brookings County, but they're participating in other counties. And we have 1 on a drug patch. Just to inform you too, is that Stacy had brought up a while ago about some security issues over at the courthouse, that there were some doors that didn't get security access to and so forth. And I did apply for a courthouse security grant, and the total grant was $5,685, and we get 50%, 50% us, 50% the state. So our $2,842.50 is what we'll have to come up with, and I'm sure that come out of building, but we're going to secure some doors that didn't get secured, and some cameras. There's a couple cameras we need to, some places that we can't see real good, so additional cameras. Plus, then we need to put a mirror in one of the courtrooms, because there's the wall, and you can't see around it, so we'll put a mirror on there to see better in that courtroom. Also then, the drug fund, we applied, one of my deputies, Deputy Hostler, who's my K-9 officer, applied for $5,000 with the drug fund for body-worn cameras, and we were awarded that. And so I appreciate the state coming from the drug fund. And what that is, that's money seized on drug arrests. And this will be beneficial for us for the body-worn cameras, and we're going to get the kind that is up on we can put them on your head. I'm probably not going to dictate to the officer probably where he's going to wear his camera, but it's talking to some other municipalities and stuff that the kind that you put up on your head, you can put it on your glasses, or you can put a band on or a cap or whatever, is that if you have your body-worn camera on your chest and I'm looking at Mrs. Miller, that's what I'm getting. If someone comes from my side, unless I fully turn, I don't get that. Where you're on your head, it's going to see wherever you turn your head. And part of these cameras, of course, is nationwide with the Ferguson incident and document, and credibility and stuff like that. Also, it's going to aid in when we do drug searches or any type of warrant. If we had a major warrant on a search, we used to have a deputy with a movie camera come in and try to film everything. That wasn't always possible, of manpower and those types of things. So now with the body cameras, of course, if I have 3 deputies searching, I got 3 videos of searching. And it's for documentation. They can review their tapes and write their reports, or documentation for a search warrant or whatever, and credibility. We just have that. Nationwide, law enforcement, sad to say, is we've missed the trust of the community. And that was obvious when Kello came in and did the interview with me, and they found someone on the streets, and that was the first words out of her mouth we think law enforcement, sometimes is overbearing or whatever. So, and that was a local person that said that. So it's, what's nice about Brookings, South Dakota,
or the Midwest, we probably have still good trust and good communications with the public. And Brookings public is always helping us, and I don't want to, to ever have that feeling that we're not trusted in the community, but cameras are going to enhance that accountability for us on complaints, and I just think it's going to enhance so law enforcement can do a better job. The other thing is, if you noticed in last night's register, Mitchell County approved a courtroom security full-time deputy. In my strategic plan, that's one of the things I've addressed in my strategic plan for the detention center is a full-time deputy to courthouse security. Since we remodeled the courthouse and we moved out the treasurer's office and register of deeds, we have a different type of people that come into our courthouse. Everyone that comes into our courthouse now has something to do with the law. In other words, they're coming in for a probation violation and they're seeing their probation officer, or they're coming in to pay a fine, or they're coming in for court. We just don't have the common farmer and the common person coming in and buying their license plate. So everyone that enters the courthouse is there because they have something to do with the law or with the court system. And I think my jail administrator, who's with us today, Bart Sweeby, and we'll talk later when we talk about the jail contracts, is that he spends a lot of time courtroom security, and so and the sergeant does too. And every time Bart's up there, when I need him, he's in court doing courtroom security. And so I think is it a full-time job for a deputy? Maybe not, but there's going to be certain days when we have court. But this deputy also will be, warrants and doing other things. I'll keep him busy. So it's just something to think about. I know that commissions don't like full-time employees because it costs a lot of money, but it's just one of those things I think that we're going to have to look at. Plus, when we have grand juries, sometimes we have grand juries over here, so then I got to send a deputy over here too. So we're spread thin. And if I have someone that doesn't show up on 24/7, I always don't have staff to go out and try to hunt the person down either. And this is something this person could do too and serve warrants, and it's just something for the thought. I'm going to be bringing it forward. I know that I didn't budget for 2015 for any additional employees, but for 2016, I would like to look at the possibility of, unless you feel it in your hearts that you'd give me one for this year, but that's probably for a later time. So, probation brings in a lot of people. They may have 2 come in, they may have 8 come in. It just depends on their caseload. Each probation officer, I don't know how many they have, 60 or 70 clientele. It's just busy. It's busy. You'd think criminal court is probably my most dangerous. Probably not. It's probably civil court, where emotions are high on protection orders and divorce courts. Those are probably where emotions are the highest, And when we went to tasers, it was because of an incident in the courtroom several years ago where it took 3 deputies and someone from the public to help us restrain an individual. And that's when we wrote a courthouse security grant. We were able to get our first 2 tasers because of that incident and stuff. So it's something we just need to keep looking at. So any questions?
First of all, I think the cameras are going to be wonderful. I think they're going to be immensely helpful when you have your deputies testifying in court. They're going to be great, and they may even cut down on some litigation. Once everybody's had an opportunity to look at the tapes, I think that'll do that. And I saw your interview, and you did a very nice job with that.
Thank you.
And then, just as a point of interest, are you following House Bill 1081, which repeals the duty of the Board of Commissioners to visit all jails of its county once during its regular meetings each year?
Yeah.
Was anybody aware of that? It's just a point of interest.
You're still welcome to come, though. There's a couple other bills, too, that I'm following with medical, but I look at that medical bill. I don't know if that's going to affect us. I don't quite understand the whole dynamics of that yet, but in jails.
Quick question for you. You handed out an article from Minnehaha County talking about that, what they might be doing, and that would obviously then affect us, with that. Can you talk a little bit about this article of Minnehaha County only taking Minnehaha, their
Yeah, and-
people not taking other counties? Is
Sure.
that right?
Should we just do that now? I'm on this discussion for Moody and Lake County contracts, but that was kind of what this is
Okay,
all
we can
about.
wait.
You want to wait, or
We'll
would you
wait.
like to wait?
No, I didn't know that was what it was.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll wait.
I would just like to say thank you for being here every meeting. In light of what happened in Minnesota, I thought of you immediately when I saw that, because I'm glad you're here. Thank
Okay.
you for being here. And also, I'm really glad, in case you new commissioners didn't know, we do have Kevlar in the dais.
You know, and just talking about that, it brings me another plug for the courtroom security. You know, to make it work at the courthouse, we put, at times, correctional officers. And the judges are accepting the correctional officers being security. But however, they're non-sworn and they don't have weapons. You know, what do you do if you have an armed person come in? He's helpless, he's vulnerable and stuff. So, but so far the judges have allowed or accepted the fact that I have an unarmed security at times when I just don't have staffing. So,
Mr. Chair, just in support of the sheriff's plug here, as someone that is in the courthouse many days a week, I can't emphasize enough how appreciative we would be if we could have a full-time person. And we do have people now, but it's people doing double duty, Mr. Sweeby or Mr. DeYoung, that have other duties they have to adhere to, but they have to be over in the courthouse as well. And Sheriff's right, I think the civil issues really are what could get volatile, but in the criminal courtroom, we never know what can come up. And they serve an administrative role in terms of keeping tabs on people we do have in custody, bringing people up, taking them down, people that get remanded into custody. But that safety issue, I cannot emphasize to you enough how appreciative we would be to have that additional security.
thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Chris?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm not really sure what I was supposed to bring, so please forgive me for my rookie status here. But just to kind of give an update of what we're doing at the Highway Department today, we got guys out crack sealing on County Road 8 wherever they can, kind of hit and miss of trying to work with the water in the cracks and stuff. And we got a couple guys starting hauling P-rock, getting that into workman's bid up there just off the white exit. We got a spot there that Bose is allowing us to pile it up, so it's a central location for our seal coating next year to try and stay efficient with that again. That's kind of what we're working on right now. So do you have any other questions for me?
Anybody? Thanks for coming,
Good.
Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, you're back there. Do you want to address something now or later? Huh? Later. Okay. I haven't missed anybody, have I? Okay. Department head reports, and be it noted, we have wages and volunteers. So we're ready to move to regular business. Is everybody prepared for that, or do they need a break? Nope, no breaks. Okay. Okay, the first item is, you ready there, Stacy? I'm not moving along. Action to approve the following volunteer board appointments. First one is Extension Board. I think it's Ron Parmley, if I'm correct. And is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Krogman and a second by Miller. Any other question or discussion about that position?
Does that fill the board up?
That fills the board. This was a late applicant.
Yep.
And so that fills the board.
Okay. I guess we're ready for a roll.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carried.
Second item, Weed and Pest Board, and I believe that's Joe Ripley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Miller, second by Krogman. Any,
And this one, a board member has termed out and has chosen to not be a member anymore, so this is a new member to fill that position.
okay. All right, call the roll.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay. Joyce is back up.
'Tis the season. What I'm bringing forward to you this morning is the 2015 assessment plan, and this includes our intentions and everything that we're doing for the 2015 assessment year to make Brookings County equalization closer to market and more fair and equal. So this had to be in Pier by the end of the year, and we did have it in here. I'm just presenting it to you today so that you are aware of what's going to happen in the assessments for 2015. We'll start with ag, and the crop top dollar increased by 15%. So the crop top dollar is now $3,380.62, and that would be for 1.00 rating soil. So it'd be for perfect crop soil. If you have a 50% rated soil, it would be 50% of that, and that's how the valuation of your crop soils are adjusted and assessed. The non-crop, or the grass pasture, went up 12% to $1,675.70. And most of your, and that would be for a 1.00 grass rating, which we don't have any of those. So most of those are at a 3.3, 0.4, indicating $400 worth of value on that. These numbers come to our office from the Department of Revenue. They are not derived from market. They are derived from SDSU study, and SDSU studies 8 years of acres planted, acres harvested, commodity prices for each type of production. So this is an ongoing study. An 8-year Olympic average means that every year they throw out a high and they throw out a low. And so now that commodity prices are coming down, we might see changes in this, but it's going to be a long process. So anytime you're working with that Olympic average, it takes a while to get up or down. So with these numbers being used by Brookings County for 2015, we will be at 100% valuation of productivity on our ag land, which means the ag factor for taxing calculations will be 85%. In South Dakota, you pay tax on 85%. So being at 100, the factor will be 85. Any questions on the ag? Okay, the non-ag, we studied all of the sales from November 1st of 2013 and ending in October 31st of 14. So those are the non-ag sales that we studied. When we sent this in last year, a year ago, our projected ratio was 91%. And at that time, we had a COD of around 11. I can't even find that in here. COD is your measure of central tendency of fair and equal. So the tighter and smaller your COD is, the more equal we are assessing everyone. And so state law says it has to be 25 and under, and so the lower, the better. Ryan?
You say equal, is that equal between everybody or equal to the non-ag?
Non-ag. Okay. Right. So when these numbers went in last year, we were at 91%. Ending on October, we were at 87.83. So the market increased is what that is showing us. And so all of the attached sheets of what we're fixing, we are hoping to end up, and the numbers we sent to Pier, we are hoping to end up at 90.6, which is very close to the 91 we sent in last year, and our COD would be 11. So those numbers are not only looking good, but they are keeping things close in contact. That 90.6 that we want to be at this year, the 91 last year, those are the numbers that help us determine our non-ag taxable factor. And so if they vary a lot from year to year, that taxable factor is going to vary a lot. If your taxable factor varies a lot, then people are paying on varied amounts of their valuation. So it all has to do with the taxation at the end. Something that has happened in 2014, legislation last January, February, threw out the 150% rule. And the 150% rule had been in effect since probably 2000 maybe, early 2000s. What that did was if a property on the non-ag side or on the ag side sold for more than 150% of its assessed value, we could not use those to look at our market. They were automatically thrown out. And so what's happening in a lot of counties, a lot of their sales were 150%. You could use them to a small account. If you had enough, you could increase the county by 5%. But when you have a 150% sale at a 50% ratio, that takes a long time to get up there. We looked at the sales from January 1, or from, November 1st of 13 to the end of June. We threw those sales out because the law was still in effect. But following July 1, those sales were incorporated back into our study. We didn't have a lot that we added in for our study for 2015, but I think you'll start seeing this affecting the market next year when we don't have any 150% sales. And I think the places we'll see it are not probably the residential, but the commercial, probably lake areas, acreages, things like that, because we did have quite a few of those being thrown out. For everything we did for 2015, and it is done, I told my people this morning that they better like this plan because we printed over 10,000 sheets of paper yesterday. So the yellow sheets, the assessment notices are printed. With all of that we have done on the attachments, our non-ag ratio again should be 90.6, and which indicates our factor at being 93.8. Last year it was 93.4. So the factors are staying the same. That factor does come from the Department of Revenue after they look at all of this that we have sent in. And if they approve it, then our factor is approved. So the attachments, we can go into great detail or you can read this. I'm going to give this to the board to see how much you want to delve into this. But you can see what we did in White City, all of the small towns. Do you want me to go one by one or can you just read it? Do you have any questions? Everybody's just going to read it? Mm-hmm. Hopefully you already did read it. Yes. I will be meeting with Brookings City this evening at their meeting to explain what we did in Brookings City, but the sheets all indicate where we are. In Brookings City, we sent in last year our intentions and we planned on 92% and we ended at 87 again. So Brookings City, we are increasing. And I can't say everybody's increasing because we study the neighborhoods, we look at the markets that's taking place. This year we did a lot of combining of neighborhoods so that we could get a better grouping of our sales analysis and our studying. So lakes will see some increases, small acreages in certain areas. One thing we did do very early last year, on our acreage valuations, we have established the first acre at a certain amount, and it's higher the closer you are to Brookings. Close to Brookings, they might be $33,000 for that first acre. The additional acres are called excess acres, and we were valuing them at $1,800, and we took everything up to $2,000. So all of our additional acres in the county are at $2,000. We also looked at concrete prices last year. We looked at swimming pools. Mobile home parks will all be going up 10%. We've had some mobile home parks that are indicating we needed to do those. We're looking again at the legislation for registered, but they were all studied. Market was established. Mobile homes on real are studied and analyzed in their own little group. So Any questions on any of this? Yes.
Why pull out swimming pools?
Why do we what?
Pull out swimming pools? Do summer start. What's this?
Well, we have in-ground swimming pools, and some of the values were all over the place. And so we got more consistent with how we were valuing them. We looked at their ages, we looked at their construction types, and we did them all the same. Some of them had been flat valued, some of them were valued by square foot, and we just pulled them all out and looked at them and did them all the same. So some of them changed, some of them did, some of them went up, some of them went down, but they're all being done consistently. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you, Joyce, for making a wonderful, you got something, oh yeah, our meetings, thank you.
Now we'll turn it over to Stacy so we can get
We would,
equalization.
we would like to get a date set for our first meeting for equalization boards. They start, the first day we can meet, or you can meet as the Board of Equalization, is April 14th. And then you can meet, the last day is the 30th of April.
Last day is May 5th.
May 5th?
Yes.
Well, I have that written down wrong.
Yeah.
We don't know, we have no idea right now how many appeals will come in, but we're thinking if we can meet on the 14th, it's not a commission day, but still meet, we could probably get through most of it, if not all of it, depending on how many appeals come in that day, and then be done. And then if something comes up, we still have those 3 weeks.
For the new board members, when we start this process, there's probably about 2 hours of paperwork, reports that you have to go over and be made aware of and give your nod of approval. And it's a lot to go through, especially if you're not familiar with it. So there's about 2 hours of initial meeting, and then we would schedule appeals. Last year, I think we finished up in a morning or an afternoon. It was short. Can't promise that every year. So.
Okay, throw out some dates.
April 14th.
Huh?
14th.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was busy reading my calendar. 14th, yes, that works fine for me.
That works for me.
What time?
You want to start morning? Do an 8:30 like we do with commission meetings?
Part of the issue with this too is the abstract. All of our numbers have to be into Peer by May 18th. So if we go till the last day, it's very short. I should give you some, before I finish, I'll just give you a little bit of information. Unfactored value from last year to this year is up about 8%. And with the factors staying about the same, we should be up over 200 million in assessments, and we'll be just under 3 billion. We'll be at 2.85 billion. I remember the day when I started up here that we hit 1 billion, and it was exciting. So now we're just under 3 billion. We have over 16,000 parcels, and yesterday we printed about 10,500 sheets of yellow, and we will be stuffing and looking at those, and we hope to mail the week of February 9th, sometime that time. So in between there, we'll do some press releases and meetings and lots of conversations. So, any questions on it?
I see March 5th is the township meeting, so
Yes.
I haven't been notified that yet, and so you might want to make note of that. That's when the townships have their meeting, and Joyce makes a presentation then, but a lot of times the county commission come for the roast that they have there. Is that?
We'll be sending letters out for that township meeting.
Okay.
And my presentation will probably start about 11, and then the meal, and then the rest of the issues. So, and we'll be meeting with the small towns on the 4th. So.
Thank you, Joyce.
Yes.
And you do a wonderful job explaining a very painful process, taxes. and do a nice job.
You gotta love your job when you do that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have action to remove the agreement 15-01 from the table. And my Robert Rules of Order are pretty poor, but it seems like the person that tabled it has to bring it back. Is that correct? I'm doing a lot of tabling at the meetings I'm at. I'm not, it just seems like this came up. You remember who made the motion? It's not required. I just heard it not required, so I'll take a motion to remove 15-01 from the table. Is there a motion? Krogman, Miller, second. Question, discussion, hearing none, roll. When you get a chance, Stacy, I know you're doing double duty.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen, Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carried.
Okay. Action to approve the agreement 15-01, contract amendment 1 between Brookings County and the State of South Dakota Department of Health WIC program for 2015. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Pierce, second by Jensen. Discussion.
Basically, the contract change, it went up $1,000 just due to additional clients, basically. That was the change.
That, to get that explanation was the reason that this was tabled for, if anyone is watching.
I guess I thought the difference was more than 1,000. We didn't know the difference in the dollar amount.
Okay. Any more discussion, questions? Call the roll, please.
Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item E, action to approve agreement 15-02, a one-year contract with Hy-Vee for jail food services. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Krogman, Pierce. And Bart, did you want to come up and say something? Or you don't have to. I didn't know if you wanted to come up and brag about Ohio State or what, being a former Buckeye.
Well, we do get good food service from Hy-Vee, so I don't have any problems with continuing their contract with them. We did want to put this on, just for a year, in case, just to watch things, if there would have been another place that got the bid, just to make sure that things were going to work well with that. So I think we'll be fine and it didn't go up terribly bad. I don't think for the overall cost for the day.
Any questions for Bart? Sweetie?
Communicate with the other group. We talked to them, explain the situation, that if they want to get into the mix next year, they got to start a little earlier and be prepared, type of thing too.
Yes, I did call them.
Okay.
Yes, and visited with them, and we're probably going to bid it earlier next. So if there is another bidder, that they'll give them more opportunity to get things in place. So
good.
Our plans are to start September this year.
Good.
Perfect.
Or a little more further out.
All right.
Great, thank you. Any more questions or discussion? Motion has been made, and so let's have a roll call.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Action to approve agreement 15-03 joint work agreement between Brookings County Highway Department, Moody County Highway Department. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Larry, were you first? Sorry, and Jensen, Miller. Any question or discussion? Yeah.
Either.
I haven't heard anything different.
I believe, Chris, in the past, if there was an outstanding balance, either Moody or Brookings would exchange maybe some gravel hauling to balance out the exchange.
Yes, that is correct. If either way, if the numbers weren't exactly right, then either we'd help them out with gravel hauling or they'd help us. And I apologize, I didn't get that information from Dick where we ended up from last year, but I can find out if you need to know and get that to you. Then normally, yes, that is the plan. Eventually they do that.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item G, action to approve agreement 15-04, revised intergovernmental contract between Brookings County and the South Dakota Public Assurance Alliance.
Move to approve.
Miller, Krogman. Okay. Question or discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, I can just update the board that really the only change in this document is who is servicing it. John, at the very end, the last provision regarding the agent, if I can get to it here.
Okay.
This double duty is difficult.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, who's running the show over there?
You.
Oh. Not the electronic part.
Here, the agent in office provision previously had been administered by Hagen Benefits, and now I think they're handling everything in-house. And other than that, the prior contract we signed with them was almost identical, just a little bit of cleanup throughout, but I had no problems with it.
Okay, thank you. Any?
2005 was the last contract.
Right, and so how, I mean, I didn't see a date
I don't know.
lengthwise. I might have missed it. Just
know if they're-
stay going, because it said, in the letter, it said, due to the transition, performance of these services from a third party is necessary that a new intergovernmental contract between your entity be completed. Otherwise, does this keep going until?
I think it is ongoing until we cancel the contract, isn't it?
Or changes are made?
Yeah.
I
So-
believe so.
I'll give her a second to just give it a cursory here. Oh, here we go.
Basically, it doesn't look like an end date.
Well, there was something up there about percentages on a 6th year, wasn't there? What yeah,
Right there.
let's see. Right.
It's almost like
Notice.
it renews automatically unless we give
Notice.
on a
And
year-to-year
thereafter,
basis.
yeah,
Basically, it's on a year-to-year and until we give notice or something.
yeah.
Okay.
Good question. Yes.
We're using it right now.
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They do a great job.
Okay, any other question or discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item H, action to approve Resolution 15-05, an amendment to Resolution 15-01, the 2015 pay plan for Brookings County. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the amendment.
Second?
Second.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right, question or discussion?
This is during budget discussions. we approved a second truck driver position split 50-50 between the weed department and the highway department. That position, we have one currently, we added a second. The second position was not part of the initial pay plan resolution that we adopted January 6th. So this resolution corrects, it's kind of an amendment, corrects that first initial resolution 1501 to add that second truck driver position onto the pay plan. And then our next action is to fill that vacancy. So this is the first step to approve that position as part of the pay plan.
So the one I signed was not right?
Correct. It is incorrect.
The only thing I got to sign was wrong.
You signed a lot more than that day.
Gary, did you have something you wanted to say here?
It just would be really, good morning, and,
Morning.
and I would like to say that it would be really nice if a person in the spring, when we're trying to hire people that are qualified for spraying, it would be really nice if somebody could come out of the chute that already has a CDL and is already licensed for the application. That would give us 3 people, it'd give us the 2 highway, or the split people between highway and weed, and then plus myself, or plus the weed supervisor. There's 3 people right there that are ready to start spraying as soon as we can. And when the rest of them that are coming on board, if we can get them hired, which has been a problem here in the last, especially this last year and previous years, when we're waiting to get those people licensed and qualified, at least then we would have this one additional person already ready to go. So I would really like to see it. You know, I've talked to Dick about this, and he, you know, seemed to think that they could use an extra employee there also. So that's really all I got to say, unless you've got questions.
Anybody questions? I guess I got one. You require, of course, that in the summer you don't spray weeds this time of the year. You don't spray weeds this time of the year. So isn't their demand for a truck driver is higher in the summer than the winter? So how does that work out? Chris,
I don't need the truck driver now. This is
The winter months is when that truck driver works for the highway department.
That's what my point is. But don't they need more truck drivers in the
No, in
summer
the winter.
when they're out fixing roads? Or, I mean, how does that work? You know, that position.
Well, that position, I don't want to step on Dick's toes, what he has talked with Gary and what they have worked now, but just in general, that position, yeah, it really just goes off the weather. There's times in winter where we have, you know, honestly, too many people and we're trying to find something to do because of the weather. We can't help it. Everything in our job is just depending on the weather. And there's times where we're extremely short-handed. So it really varies, and that changes throughout the whole year. And generally, in the summertime, yes, we would use more because obviously we have more days that we can work in the summertime. The current one person we have right now that works half the weed department and half on the highway works really quite well because they don't necessarily take over a full-time truck position because those drivers are, you know, year-round in their truck. But they do work great as a fill-in. They work great as helping out as far as cleaning snow, like at the courthouse around the yard, and doing other little odd things around there that are just kind of pick up extras instead of pulling that full-time person off of their full job they are doing all the time and having them do double duty. So so far with the one person we have has worked quite well. But like I said, I don't want to step on any boundaries with that. And the second person here, what Dick and Gary have talked about or what they have planned for the future of it.
Any other?
I guess, Gary, what are the dates that they go back and forth?
I usually have the split come over I used to have them come over about the middle of April, but with the weather being the way it is, I've been slipping them kind of a week, kind of to the end of April, and then usually about around the 10th to the 15th of October is when they would go back. Now this year we had pretty nice October, so I hung on just as long as I possibly could, which was Now, I forget the actual date, but it was around the 20th of October. But of course, as you know, we can be shut down the 1st of October too. So,
But I mean,
it varies. So it's more like maybe a 5-month, 5.5-month, split, or for highway and or I mean for the weed department, and then 6.5 for the highway department.
That's what I was wondering, if it was flexible, if need be, the highway needed somebody for mowing, they were short or whatever. It's,
Well,
you flex that and.
Let me say this, Dick, I was really short this year. I ran 2 and 3 people short. And I'll tell you what, Dick really helped me out in that situation, because one of my truck drivers went over full-time to a highway, but when I started the second run, Dick released him back to the weed department. And, he wouldn't have had to have done that, but he did. And I can tell you what, thank goodness, between that and the weather being nice, or pretty nice in September and October, we were able to get our work done. So, yeah, that worked out well this last year. But it doesn't mean it would every year,
When does your part-time usually, where you can get all your part-time on staff and they get approved, when does that usually happen? Is that like a June 1st, or is that a May 1st?
Around May 1st for the part-timers. Yeah. And some of those, usually those are kind of my ATV drivers, and they kind of go back to school in most cases around the 15th of August. So we end up running a little bit short. They always say they're going to be there a little bit longer, at least part-time. Well, you know how that goes in college. After a week of college, you're loaded down and you're done. So we run pretty light.
I like the idea of the collaboration between the two. With the ability, that high volume, I guess not a big fan of adding another employee, a full-time employee. I know we're splitting it up and that kind of stuff, and I like the idea of them being able to help you that first month when you're getting there, but to stay that 5 or 6 months long to continue, it would seem to me to make sense that maybe this second part-time would maybe go back to the highway department when they're high volume of building roads, chip sealing, and hauling a lot of stuff, and then come back to you from August to October to help finish the job when you lose some of your part-time people. And I don't know if that's too of a problem, book nightmare, help nightmare, any of that kind of stuff. But I would like to, since it's a combination of both, and it looks like you've talked about that and you needed some help, and Dick was able to help you on that too. I'd like the collaboration of it, but, we want to utilize this person as much as possible too. And so if the highway department's going to have some time where they're going to need some extra, I'd like them to be able to pull from one of these two people possibly and go back that way too.
I think that is something that can be left up to our department heads, because we're not in a position to determine when that can happen. And previously, you have worked well together, which kudos to both departments. And I think we can leave that up to the department heads to decide how best to handle that.
My question would be, are we tying their hands, though, by passing this being so specific, 0.5? Are we handcuffing their judgment based upon that let's say July, maybe it's 60-40 or something, but, by saying it, let's say there was a time that you could release the person for a little bit, well then, that doesn't work against this resolution, 0.5. Finance office can't do the payroll because it's coming out of somebody else's, and they were putting their hours in for somebody else. I mean, I don't know how but we actually say 0.5. Now, is there another way of phrasing it? Are we tying their hands? I mean, I agree with you. that you should leave it up to them, but, you know, we're a legal entity that passes these resolutions, and we have a finance office that, and we have budgets that pay under certain restrictions. And I don't know how fancy, loose, and free we can be.
The way the payroll works is each pay period, the position, half of the salary comes out of the weed budget, half comes out of the highway budget. We don't do highway budget for these months and weed budget for these months. We used to do it that way, and it was a logistical nightmare at times. Now we have it set up that it automatically comes out year round. 50% comes out from each department's budget year round.
Very good. Thank you, Stacy. And I guess as long as they agree to take 0.5 into their budget, everything's fine.
And this was in the budget, right?
This has been budgeted for 2015, yes.
Okay, any more questions for Gary? Questions in general? Anybody? Okay, call the roll.
Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, since we passed that, let's go to I and approve request to fill the vacancy for truck driver position. Is there a motion?
Second.
Pierce, Jensen.
Got it.
Okay, any question or discussion on this action? Okay, hearing none, roll.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
J, action to approve request to fill a vacancy for Finance Assistant 2 position in the Finance Office. Motion to approve?
Move to approve.
No. Miller and Pierce. Vicki, did you want to address this at all, or?
I guess the only thing that I need to say is we do have to fill it. So I'm hoping you're approving it.
Okay, thank you. You might as well, I like the way, I don't set the agenda, Stacy does. I like the fact you're next.
Yeah.
Okay, that saves a lot of moving around. Any other question or discussion about this position? Hearing none, call the roll.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller? Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. K, action to authorize the finance officer to issue distress warrants to the sheriff's office for collection according to South Dakota Codified Law 10-22-31. Is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Miller and Krogman. Okay. Discussion time.
You received in your packet a list of all the distress warrants that we were going to be taking to the sheriff's office for collection. And I put on your desk this morning, there have been 5 total that have been paid. 3 of them were the registered mobile homes, and 2 of them were buildings on leased sites. So the total that we would be taking over to the sheriff's office would be 126 distress warrants with a total dollar amount of $28,055.99. And just to give you a little background, maybe for the new commissioners too, once it goes to the sheriff's office, there's no more interest. It stops interest, but $25 is added on for the sheriff's fee for the collection of that. And we have much better response when they send out letters or go collecting than what we do.
Okay, any questions? Discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
L, action to approve application number 2015-01, an elderly or disabled tax-free application. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I started wandering. Forgot I'm the chair. When I refereed a hockey game, I said, geez, somebody ought to be calling a penalty. That was my job. Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
You have.
Yeah. That was Pierce Krogman. Okay, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
Miller. I'm sorry, Steph. Thank you. I'll get back in the ball game now. All right. Go ahead, Vicki.
And this is by the deadline for elderly and disabled tax freeze is April 1st. And anybody that misses the deadline, they can, we can bring it forward to the commission, and if you approve it, then they will get the value of when they either were the disabled or turned 65. So it will take their value back to that time. And most of the time, we are dealing with elderly people, and they have forgotten. This year, we have 4 of them, and I received another call late last week, so there'll probably be another one coming. But we just kind of give them a little break since they are elderly, and we do send reminder letters. We send the notice out to them the first part of February, but in this case, they've just missed getting it back.
I appreciate consideration for the elderly.
I think it saves the county money in the long run,
Is
so.
there kind of a time where you're saying, okay, you missed it by 8 months, that, you know, you're gonna have to do it next year, or, you know?
Well, if they've paid the first half, then we don't do anything beyond that.
Okay.
So, but if they haven't paid, you know, any time between now and paying the first half,
Basically.
then we bring it forward.
Okay. That seems like a fair.
And it is a big savings. We had one lady that was 102 that had it, and she saved about $1,000, and she wouldn't have been in her home if it wouldn't be for that program. So it is a good program.
Good.
Thank you. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item M, action to approve application 2015-02 elderly or disabled tax-free application. Move to approve.
So moved.
Krogman, and then Pierce second. Any question or discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item N, action to approve application 2015-03 elderly or disabled tax-free application. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Rock Krogman. Pierce second. Question or discussion? Hearing none, call the roll when you get a chance.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item zero, yeah, I'm thinking, action to approve application 2015-04 an elderly and disabled tax-free application.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, Krogman Miller.
Did we skip one?
Any question or discussion? Roll, please.
Pierce? Krogman?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we have a discussion item. Jail contracts between Lake County and Moody County.
I'll have Bart Sweeby, my jail minister, join me with this discussion. Just some quick history. When I was elected in 1999, there was jail contracts with Dual County, I believe Hamlin County and Kingsbury County. In 99, 2000, 2001, the jail was busting at the seams. And so I ended those contracts. In fact, in those years, we had a waiting list. Is that the ones that need to be in jail came to jail, and the ones that were misdemeanors, I had them on a waiting list. And when I had a cell open, then we brought them in and stuff. We've been lucky so far not to have to do that in the last couple of years. The Moody County Sheriff, and I have not spoken to him face to face. He left me a voicemail, and we've been playing tag on the voicemail. But Deputy Sweeby has visited with him and so forth. And what happened is Minnehaha is going to end contracts, it sounds like, with surrounding counties to bring their inmates there because they're closing their work release center. And so they're making room for their own inmates. So that causes some difficulty for sheriffs that don't have jails and taking their inmates to Minnehaha County. And so what Moody County would like to do is like to bring their females to Brookings County. Not their males, but they're just their females. And, you know, right now, the only contract I have is with Lake County with their females, and it's worked out good with Lake County. And I know there's some questions with work release and so in that the last year, and we only went back 1 year, and Bart did most of the statistics on this, is that the inmates from Lake County, none of them had work release. So, and it sounds like from Moody County that the majority of the ones that would come out of Moody County would be not have work release either. So,
what significance does not having work release compared to having work release?
well, the biggest thing is just where we have them and located in our.
So them getting to work,
Right,
basically, is the
yeah,
thing.
So a lot of the ones that come aren't even granted work release because of the distance and that. So.
You don't have to do the in and out procedures and.
Right, yeah. And I think, Bart, go ahead, if, what was, I think it was 4, was our daily population last year for females?
Right. Overall, for an average for 2014, we had 4 females in custody per day. So it wasn't huge. Now, that fluctuates constantly. I mean, there's times where we're almost full in our female cell block, and other times we can have 1. Yesterday, we had 1 female. So, I mean, it bounces all over the board. When I spoke with the Moody County Sheriff, my concern was that he has some sort of a backup plan in case they call up here to, you know, they want to bring somebody up. And we're at that limit to where, you know, because we need to keep a couple cell spaces for ourselves in case we get a female arrested in Brookings. You know, we don't want our cell block to be completely full. So, you know, we would cut off, you know, anybody coming in if we got to a certain point in our cell block. And we do the same thing with Lake County as well. But he said on a day, you know, on an average, he may have 2 to 3 in jail for a female. But there's other days that he doesn't have any females in custody. So, but I did get an understanding with him, you know, that we may be full at times. We may not be able to accept any females from him at all.
Quick question. What's an average stay then? Is it a 3 or 4 day? Is it a 30 day?
Average stay is sporadic as well. I don't have an average figured out yet for last year. I don't have those figures done up yet.
You know, I have given the contract to Abby, and she's reviewing them. She's going to put her attorney pen to it. And she told me already she's going to do some changes on there. And I think we'll word it in our contract about backup plan. You know, that if we're full or that we, you know, want to, if we have approval with you to go ahead with a contract with Moody County, we'll make sure we have it in our contract so the sheriff knows up front that if we are full or we don't want to put up all our beds, you know, for him and so forth. So he needs to have a backup plan. And it does sound like with your communications that you know, Sioux Falls might be willing to take his backup on males, or excuse me, on the females. He's taken his males to Lake County, so Lake County is going to make room for his males right now. So between Lake and us, we'll help him out. And I think this is kind of a, you know, and again in my strategic plan, this is just another expansion, you know, for detention center, you know, to look at a regional type setting, because I know Dual County, every time I go to the sheriff's conference, it seems like I only see these sheriffs are right next door, and I only see them at the sheriff's conference. But Dual County sheriff is always bugging me about he'd like to bring his inmates to me because it's closer. Kingsbury County, especially if they make an arrest in Arlington, they like to come to Brookings. But every once in a while, we will take them. I don't have a contract with Kingsbury, but in a pinch, we will take them. But a lot of times we just say, no, take them to Huron. He's got to take them to Huron. And actually, he at one point was taking long-term inmates. The Kingsbury sheriff was taking them down to Lake Andes for long-term. So if they were there for 30 days or whatever, he took them to Lake Andes. So I see that. I think that's something to explore. If we get into the next phase of looking at a jail facility, a new jail facility, to look at a regional type jail. At times, There has been times that we had to open up another one to put females in, but that doesn't happen very often. Yes. Yes. And basically, our downtown cell blocks right now are felons. We're keeping mainly misdemeanors upstairs, which makes sense to, and we might even keep someone that's a felon upstairs because it depends on what their grade is too, as far as their classification. If you have a felon that's wrote bad checks, really that's probably not that important to keep them separate from the misdemeanors. If you have someone that has of course, a sexual assault of some type, you want to put them with misdemeanors. But it's very seldom we will put a felony person upstairs, but it's going to be a low-grade felony, a non-risk type felon. Ours is the daily rate. It's just as they come. Yeah, because I just can't, at the time, in just some history again, in 2000, we had went into a jail study and had a consultant and went through this. And at that particular time, but now the U.S. Marshals Service has no money. So if we go into a regional jail, they've said they have no money for jails. At that particular time, the U.S. Marshal was Swenson, and he was going to allocate $500,000 for brick and mortar for us, but then we had to guarantee him so many beds. And when you guarantee beds, that means you got to have the beds, and you don't know when. If they guarantee 5 beds or 10 beds, you got to keep them open for that. And of course, if I had a bigger facility, I may be able to do that. But of course, with our facility, no, it's kind of, you call up, and if we have room, we'll take you. $65.
We're actually one of the lower counties. Davison County Jail is up to $85, I believe, a day.
You touched on going to be my question. Is this a break-even, lose, or make money business?
Depends. The U.S. Marshals Service has a way of calculating, what it costs the inmate per day. I think we're pretty close to breaking even with the $65. It's hard to percentage in everything because if you have 10 inmates or 20 inmates, it still costs us X amount of dollars for help and lights and things like that. The last time we did it, we felt that $65 was pretty close to recouping our money. That's something we can put a study back in and see if that's still, we've been $65 for I don't know how many years now.
10 years.
Everything goes up, so something we can come up with try to come up with a figure.
Now, if that person that came over from another county would have some medical issues, that would go back to the other county, or is that
Yes,
on us?
that county is responsible for any medical issues that arise, that they pay those bills.
Yeah. And anything else that that inmate creates at our facility. If we have to bring in extra security because this person is a suicide watch or whatever, that's built into the contract that they get billed out for those man hours.
Okay. Yes,
One
go
more
ahead.
question. I don't know, this is a discussion, right?
Yes,
We're just
I don't
basically
believe that we
not gonna
aren't
do
taking
anything.
any action.
No action, no, we're
Yeah.
just talking about it.
Okay, the bigger picture. Is this just the start? Are we going to see that from everybody, that Huron's going to say this, Watertown's going to say this, and we're going to have surrounding counties that just really don't have a place for their inmates? Is that what the writing on the wall is?
Well, I think so, because you look at the press release from Argus Leader where Turner County and some of them are going 2 or 3 different places. It's just like Flandria. He's going to have to go to 2 different places, maybe 3 if we're full and he's got to take a female to. So I think, it's costly to build a jail. I mean, it's costly, and probably the biggest time is after you build it is staffing it. But the new concept of jails now is that you can use less people to what they got the pod set up where one correction officer can view the pod and so forth, where our jail now is the old design. They don't make this design anymore. This design is outdated. It's a square design, and you lose for security and everything. So there's, the new designs are better. If that's
So what does a county do that gets shut down by us and shut down by Watertown? What does a dual county do then when they don't have anywhere to go?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think once you go into the discussion of, are we going to look at a new facility? I think we can open up discussion with the city. Now, I know the city police chief is in somewhat an agreement of a joint facility with them. Also, I don't know if the city manager would be, because they just remodeled that. But there's different things too to talk with the city also to see if we would want a law enforcement center and that. I mean, and of course, you have to look at land and where you're going to do it. I look at the old plans of remodeling the current facility, and I think there's 4 options or 3 options, and every option is to relocate the sheriff's office into a different location and remodel the existing building and go into the parking lot. And it would be just a Band-Aid approach. It's not something that you want to look down, it'd probably be 5 years down the road, 10 years, and I'm sure when you build a facility, you want to look at expansion 25 or 30 years down the road. And that's what our plans was in 2001 or 2 was, to look at, it was going to be a 46-cell building with expansion to 75 inmates, So, I mean, of course, the cost back then was $4.5 million. You know what it's going to be now? It's going to be double that or more on that. But I think if we get into that next phase, I would like to see, and I know you guys are tired of being on task force or whatever, but when we went into the phase for the original plans, I mean, in 2000 to build a jail, we had a couple commissioners on there, and our jail administrator and myself, and of course a jail consultant, and I think that's the way to go. Again, of course, to go into that, and I think we got a lot of groundwork to some degree already done, but it's going to be updating, and of course, it's been well over 10 years since we had those plans and that. And one of the things would be is to check with surrounding counties to see what their commission is willing to do. I think if they're having trouble finding a place, I think we need to say, okay, you need to ante up some brick and mortar for us. And then we can always work out a daily fee or something like that. If they come up, it's kind of like with the juvenile, each county kicked in $22,000 for brick and mortar for the juvenile, and then we still got billed for per stay, but brick and mortar, and then working. So I think that's part of this discussion if you want to go to a regional jail. And of course there's a chance too, is if Minnehaha is full at that particular time with the U.S. Marshal Service, but there was always Border Patrol, and those were interested, but we had to guarantee those beds too. But when Minnehaha built their new jail, then they got most of those contracts too. But if they're full, they may be doing less. And I'm not totally convinced that I want U.S. Marshal Service, because sometimes you get people that have been shot, and this increases your medical, so there's things to look at when we go to a regional jail for surrounding counties. I don't see that as a big issue, but when you start taking on Fed prisoners and then you start getting, you can't pick and choose who you get.
There's some pretty nasty guys. Some of the concerns we're seeing with, I've been here as a jail administrator for 10 years now. 10 years ago, we've got 4 main cell blocks that we keep our unsentenced males in. And the one, for those of you that have been over there, there was one of those 4 that's a smaller cell, and then the other ones, there's a bigger one, and then there's 2 that are the same size. 10 years ago, that smaller one would generally house our felons because we wanted to keep a closer eye on them. The security cameras was a little bit different in that cell and such. And then the other 3 cells, we had misdemeanors in. And that held us pretty well. we have went beyond a 360 flop on that. Right now, like Sheriff had said, downstairs in all 4 of our cells, we have felons. We have no misdemeanors in downstairs right now. And we've got some of those people split apart because we've got co-defendants in 2. I've got a guy that did a sexual crime in 1, and of course you got to be careful who you put him with, or his safety is in harm's way. And another one, I've got a guy that's got some mental issues, and we got to be careful who we put him in with. So that takes up my 4 cells. But we're starting to see more and more felons come in. Just the fact that that's all I've got downstairs right now is huge. But since Senate Bill 70 went into effect last July, we're starting to see it. And I know if we're starting to see it, and my daily average for last year was only 23, other jails were starting to see it. And I'm sure that's got to be some play into what Minnehaha County's doing. Of course, they've got hundreds of inmates. I'm sure they're starting to see an increase in their felonies as well. And for the smaller counties, of course, it's going to be a little bit less of a percentage, but still, those are the counties like Moody, Dole, they're going to start to see some increase in their felony status as well. So we're starting to see more of them come into the county jails than what we used to. Some of it's because I think some felony crime is starting to increase. We've got also then once they're sentenced, you know, if it's a low-grade felony, they're coming to the county side to where most of them used to go to the penitentiaries. As far as felony matters, we did not have an increase for Brookings County last year. Was that 2014 that I pulled?
Yes.
Okay. I checked with the 2014 for us whether we had any money coming back. We were not due any money.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No. Yes, we give them 90 days. If they show, when they leave, we give them, we give them a promise, we give them a contract to pay their $25 assessment from the judges, which I'm very happy with our judges. There's a lot of judges in the state that doesn't even assess the $25, but there's no way to collect it. It's not by the end of their stay, they got to have that money, paid to us. And so then what we do is we set them up on an easy payment plan, and in 90 days, if they pay something along in that 90 days, we continue that. But if we've received nothing in 90 days, then we turn it to collections. And collections has done better than what we would probably be doing because I don't have staff just to, keep hounding these people. But they collect anywhere from $10,000 to $18,000 a year on back. But that's not just for the back 2013. It's back from day, it goes back quite far. However, the problem you got is addresses change so much. That's why when someone comes into jail, they may have one address, but they may change their address by the time they're at the end of their jail stay. So I got to always remind, or Bart's always got to remind his staff to make sure that the address is the same. And it isn't long before, and then sometimes we lose touch with that person. We'll send the letters out saying, okay, you haven't made a payment this month, please. Yes, yeah. Yep. In 16 years, I've only had one person that had anything that we collected on the liens. Usually they don't have anything. But yes, yep. And I have when I do my end of the year report, which hopefully will be in February, I will break it down for you what the collection agency has did and how many we have on liens and so forth.
And our best collection on that is our work release people, because we collect that money ahead of time. They can't go out on work release unless they have paid. So somebody's there for 10 days and they worked 7 of those 10. We've got 7 days already secured then we're just looking for those other 3 days that they pay us after they get out.
That and other counties that pay us up front. You know, we're not in the business to make money, but why not help pay for what we have? You know, basically the sheriff's office probably brings in, you know, with warrant fees and everything, around 300 to 350,000 to 400,000 with everything, but that's, you know, takes 2 million to run the place, you know. So I mean, but it's at least something.
Any other questions?
Did we answer
Yeah,
without
yeah.
beating around the bush too much?
Yeah.
Any way we look at it, even if we don't go into a regional facility, we need to do something, and I think you're all in agreement with we have to do something. You know, so it'll be just a discussion. Are we going to look at other counties helping us build something?
Okay, a lot to think about. All right. Yep.
Thanks.
Does anybody else need a break? No? Yeah, okay, well,
Can I
I'm
ask
gonna
one question
turn,
before I go? I'm sorry.
what's that?
Is it okay to go ahead and present a contract with Moody County? Are you in consensus to go ahead and?
Well, I'm not sure if it's our authority to run your department under.
Well, any contract you guys have to sign off on.
Other than a
You
budget
guys have
time,
to
we
sign
might
off
have an
on it.
opinion. Yeah, I would, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
We'll get one, I'll work with Abby, we'll get something, a document, and then I'll present it, and. Yep, yep. And I think we'll put some wording in there of some sort. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm going to take a break and then turn it over to Commissioner Krogman to do. Oh, well then, we're taking a 5-minute break or the last 3-minute. 46 in Aurora Township.
So moved.
Krogman,
Second.
Miller. Question, discussion, roll.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
U, action to approve agreement number 15-09, application made by East River Electric Power Company Incorporated for occupancy rights of Brookings County Highways, County Highway 25 in Aurora and Alton Townships.
So moved.
Krogman,
Second.
Jensen. Roll.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
V, action to approve agreement number 15-10, application by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy rights away Brookings County Highways, County Highway 27 in Alton Township.
So moved.
Jensen
Second.
and Pierce. Jensen, Pierce. Roll.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
W, action to approve agreement number 15-11, application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for the occupancy of rights-of-way in the Brookings County Highways 34 in Alton Township.
Motion approved.
Second.
Oh, Jensen and Krogman. Roll.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
X, action to approve agreement number 15-12, an application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy of rights-of-way in Brookings County Highways, Highway 27 in Alton Township.
So moved.
Second.
Krogman, Pierce. Roll.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
Y, action to approve agreement number 15-13, an application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy of rights-of-way in Brookings County Highways, County Highway 27 in Alton Township.
So moved.
Second.
Miller, Jensen. Roll.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
Z, action to approve agreements number 15-14, application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy of rights-of-way in Brookings County Highways, County Highway 27, Alton Township.
So moved.
Second.
Krogman, Pierce. Krogman, Pierce. Roll.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
Double A, action to approve agreement number 15-15, application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy of rights-of-way in Brookings County Highways, County Highway 27, Alton Township.
Motion approved.
Jensen,
Second.
Pierce. Roll, please.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
BB, action to approve agreement 15-16, an application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy of rights-of-way Brookings County Highways, County Highway 13 in Parnell Township.
Move to approve.
Miller. Krogman. Roll.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
CC, action to approve agreement 15-17, application made by East River Electric Power Co-op Incorporated for occupancy rights-of-way Brookings County Highways, County Highway 28 in Parnell Township.
Move to approve.
Miller,
Second.
Pierce. Roll.
Krogman,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, Commission Department Director report. You can do that from wherever you're comfortable.
Do you want me down there? I can go down. That's fine.
You can stay where you are. You're taking minutes.
Okay. My report was included in your packet. We already discussed the equalization board dates. We have that set for the 14th of April. I met with Brookings City Engineer Jackie Lanning and Brad Wormers with Banner to discuss payment for the 34th Avenue project once we get up and rolling. It sounds like it's going to be pretty simple. They're going to bid the project two separate schedules, A and B, one being the city, one being the county portion. So it will be billed that way, so we can keep the costs separated. There might be something in that project where someone will incur costs, like they talked about, like the mobilization site may be, one location or the other. So, but I will work with Dick and with Jackie and Brad, and we'll keep on top of that. Item 3, the circulation numbers for advertising in newspapers. Again, there's a statute that I included that speaks to content requirement for legal newspapers, speaks to the amount of news content that they must have to be designated as a legal newspaper. I've included circulation information for all of the different papers that we have here in the county. I also included costs incurred in 2014 for each of our different publications. The Shopper, we did post some ads in that paper. I kind of went through and highlighted some of those publications that were more type legal notices versus job postings of things of that nature. RFD News, again, is kind of, it's a double payment because we pay RFD News, we send one payment for the Volga Tribune, and then either White or Elkton. They actually own White, Elkton, Volga, and the Arlington Sun RFD News Group does. I did visit with Heather Amon at the Shopper. Gave you some estimates and kind of an example of what she took some minutes from, I think, our last meeting and laid them out. So they do look they look much more easy to read, in my opinion, the way she laid it out than what the legal, what we do. But, it does save on costs the way we do it, the legal publications and how we do it now. But the costs are there included in my report. And that's pretty average. That size minutes is pretty average. It wouldn't always be that much each time. But that total cost, almost $34,000, is about what we've spent total in 2014 for publication of minutes. But again, you're not necessarily comparing apples to apples because of the way the publication looks either. The way, she has it laid out, could very well be more expensive than the way the newspapers lay it out in that small column format that they do. So, I don't know if there's any other discussion on that topic.
We approved 3.
We've already approved 3 because we're already publishing Brookings Register, Volga Tribune, and the Tri-City Star in White.
No, that dollar amount doesn't include if, say, the highway department runs an ad or they pay for their own.
Right, yeah. And this, I'm, strictly speaking minutes.
Okay.
All of the most of the other departments have a publication budget as well. The highway does publication. I know Bob's planning and zoning and emergency management does some ads, and finance and equalization, sheriff runs ads. So each department has their own publication line as well.
Is there anything that, for purposes of the legal newspapers that we picked, that we're printing the minutes, and that's what you've got included in there, but those notices on different things, those come out of the departments then and are not included in this budget?
The commission publishes some notices, not very many. If we have any of your liquor notices, is a commission expense. The costs of the provisional publishing the budget, that's a commission expense.
How about job postings?
Job postings comes out of the HR budget.
HR, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like if we do a supplemental budget hearing, we have to publish that notice. That's a commission expense. Most of the legal notices are department level expenses, though, not commission expense.
I got a couple questions, I guess. One, in your cover letter, you don't mention the white paper being owned by RFD. They no longer own that?
Yes, Because the breakdown was for Volga and Elkton, that was in 2014. Elkton was the legal paper in 2014. That's why,
And Elkton's not this year, is there?
correct.
Why
Elkton
would-
is not the legal this year. The White Tri-City Star is, and that's also owned by RFD.
Right, okay. That's what I thought.
Yep.
But, so you're going by last year?
Yeah.
Why don't we do all of them? Why do we pick one? Why, person in Elkton doesn't get it then? Because the Whites got it. Why wouldn't Elkton get it? Now, and just to save money, I did stumble upon this. This is the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. Did you know? And I was digging it out, and it's for meetings. Meeting minute content. This is from them. And what's in there? Daytime, place, meeting, attendance of members. Every motion's in there. The maker, the identity of the maker of the motion. The motion was seconded. Other motions that apply to the main motion, the disposition of all motions, in other words, how they voted. What is not ordinarily included in the minutes, the identity of the seconder of the motion, and the debate and discussion held on the motion. That was from the county government's suggestion. We would save a ton of money if we, and also save a ton of time here if we met the guidelines that the South Dakota County Association recommends. It'd be a way shorter legal notice. We could be in more papers, and we would free up a lot of time up here.
And then you'd have exactly what we have in these minutes that are here that have no substance.
We'd have what?
Exactly what we have in those old minutes that have no substance.
That's right, but we have video now, and we have a oral record of our meetings now available. I'm just saying, that's their recommendation, and I caught that. I thought,
Read that one more time, would you?
what's not included, or what is?
Yeah, what were? they
What's
said we
not, items ordinarily not included in the minutes, the identity of the seconder of the motion. In other words, you just say it
Okay.
was seconded.
Okay.
The debate discussion held on a motion. So it's basically the motion, and it was seconded, other motions that applied to it, and the disposition of that motion. It would really shorten things up. Now, whether it's the public's right to know, to hear every word that was said up here, I don't know. But I'm just, I was reading this, and there it was, and I was thinking, boy, you can sure save a lot of money by not publishing that whole thing. So just throwing it out there for thought.
It would be a researching nightmare. Stephanie asked me to go research a topic that was discussed back this last fall. I found it within 5 minutes because I could look through a paper document and there's the discussion that's a couple pages long. You're right.
And that's computerized, so that's why
It's
you
on
can
the
find
computer
it
and
so
I can find it
easily.
very easily, and we have that. If I
Well,
had to
it
go
would
back
be-
and take
yeah.
video clips, if you want to hear back discussion, then I would have to present video clips of
Yeah.
what you discussed at meetings instead of two pieces of paper in front of you where you can read it. I
May-
don't disagree that it would save a lot of money.
May we,
It's just if you want that, how you want that historical discussion.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. And then maybe we need two sets of books. I mean, let me say that. 2 sets of minutes. One that would be detailed, and the one that we send out, it meets the requirements set by law. And it would save a lot of money. We can be in the Elkton paper, white paper, or whatever, and not worry about the cost
Who
as much.
would care if we don't have the content?
Well, I don't know. I don't read them myself, so I guess, because I already hear. But I'm not sure how much they are read.
Can you,
I got to tell you one quick story. I was in East Central multi-district, and they had a little follow-up. They printed the minutes, and it said somebody had to leave, and just put in what you usually put in was typed out by the director, and the secretary sent it out as the director said, just put in what you usually put in. And it was done twice, and nobody caught it. Nobody. So I'm just wondering how often they get read anyway. But
Well, I read them, and for me, it's a reminder of what we did at our last meeting and what we need to do. For me, it's an excellent record. And I feel like we need to keep them that way, because did you read these minutes that we got? I mean, these are bad minutes. They tell you nothing. So I would not be in favor of that at all.
Are all of our meetings accessible online on our county website? So they can go back 6 meetings, 4 meetings back, and they're all there. They can go and hit on them and watch the meeting if they want to.
Do they only go back that far?
I'm not sure how far back they're archived.
Because I wonder why we couldn't not keep 2 books, but do something like what Tom's saying, where we have the minutes that meet the official requirement, and at the bottom of that legal notice that we could say more details are available on the website or something, so that people that wanted to read more about it could actually go read all that other stuff. But I'm pretty confident that not a lot of people read those notices that we spend a fortune publishing. And I didn't really realize when we were talking about publications, I was thinking more about notices when we had this conversation the beginning of the month as opposed to the minutes. I'm not sure.
The minutes are the biggest expense when it comes to publication costs.
And I just think maybe we ought to look a little more into that and see if we have to publish as much as we're publishing for the minutes. Because that's huge expense.
Yeah, have them electronically stored, and so they're not talking video. I'm just talking the minutes that we normally have here would be available, but if they saw a topic on there and a vote, then they could go to the website and do it. And then we could add every paper that's a legal paper in Brookings County, which I think we should be doing anyway. But
I don't think the shopper meets definition of legal paper.
No.
let's just leave this for thought, and Stacy can think about it. We can all think about it, I don't think. And then as far as if we wanted to add the Elkton record for this year, that would take a motion at another meeting, right? Because that's our...
Right.
Yeah, so...
we were under our budget last year, so that obviously putting minutes the way they are now is going to add some more expense if we had another paper, right?
We could make an action item of that for the next meeting, and at that time during the discussion, we would also maybe bring back this discussion and come to some consensus or actual, I don't know if that's a consensus thing or also an amendment to that motion, and in that way we could have that discussion that we're just having now, and we could have some time to think about it. Okay, is that fair enough? Okay, sorry.
Okay. It also included in your packet is some information on membership fees for the chamber. They're starting this bundle up program. There's different levels of membership, and it's, Abby has it up there. Right now, the county pays $849 for our chamber membership. So we're kind of in between two levels, in between the investor level and the partner level. Investor level is $900, so $51 more than what we're paying now. The partner level drops quite a bit lower to $575. You know, their goal is to get every member into one of these groups, basically here in 2015. So I guess I'm just looking for some direction from the board on how you'd like to proceed on that.
Can I make a comment too? Is that Bart Sweeby and myself, you know, I take due, they hit us twice over there for dues, which I've agreed to pay, though the jail takes out for just a single due, and I take out a single due, because I sponsor Leadership Brookings classes, and I always, Bart was on the board, so I think bundle mine into that next category and take it out of my budget. It's kind of senseless for me and Bart to pay two different chamber budgets or costs for individual.
I was just looking at mine the other day. Of course, I'm retired, so I'm $100. That's me. Where does it say in here how many people are actually members? So let's say that when they have whatever that legislative meeting. It's, $30 for non-members, $20 for members. Well, the attendees are, if none of us are members, except as individuals on our own, what's the advantage of being on any of
We're
these?
members at
All of
the
the
chamber.
employees.
The board, our board is a
Where does it
chamber
say
member.
that? I guess I don't pick up on what you get as a member. You say you're Krogman and Associates, which this is basically designed for, quite frankly, industry and business, but not government.
No.
There should be a separate government.
Yeah. How many, well, then at your place, you got a bunch of, when you pay for one of these, does every one of your employees then become eligible for as a full-scale member? Or is it your business? See,
we as, if you do it that way, our office would be a member of one of these, and then up top there, the professional licensees could also be members for the $100, and they could be advertising their name, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a little bit different for ours because yes, our company itself would be one of these levels, and then our professional licensees would also pay the $100 to be also a member. And then I'm not sure what they would get off of this level. That's something I'm not sure.
in the previous years when I was in business, it was based upon my revenue and the number of employees and stuff, and that's what I paid. But guess who was the member? Me. Not my assistant managers, nobody. And if they wanted to come to an event, I paid the extra for a non-member. So I'm trying to read this, and I'm not sure what you get out of it, quite frankly.
I know in the past, like when we've gone to, for instance, that legislative preview luncheon, and a number of us went as county employees, we got the chamber amount.
I saw the bill, yeah.
So, my
We wanna rock the
understanding is
boat.
that county employees, once the county is a member, county employees get the membership benefits too. If you want, I could have, I think Joni or somebody from the chamber come in and discuss this at more length at the next meeting. They would be willing to do that, I'm sure. If you'd like to ask some questions directly of them and find out.
See, does every one of our employees then get the updates for the after 5? Are they eligible to go to the after 5? So all these different things that if you're a chamber member, as a full-blown individual or business, you get all kinds of stuff from them, updates and stuff, but my employees didn't. And I think it'd be worthy to have them come and also explain what we're after too.
Right,
Because
I can do
they
that.
might as well come prepared.
Yeah.
Thank
And Vicki kind of talked about the liquor license. I think we need some direction moving forward. We're at the point now, it's that license will be available in January of 2016. We have to decide on the process you want us to do to get those applications in front of you.
How's handle that? Work session, set it aside as a topic at one of our meetings.
Has anyone here been involved when we've had a liquor license available before? Is this going to be new for everybody? So how do we let the public know we have a liquor license? That's the thing I'm concerned about.
I think we maybe do a public notice in the finance office.
Well, we did take a vote already. We have a resolution, and that resolution was posted in the paper. So we've already approved that we're going to have an extra license starting 2016. Now we need the process. And actually, I don't think by law there is a process other than they have to meet requirements of not being a felon and being next to a school or something. I mean, but as far as the process, how do you choose? Well, that person made a better presentation. They're going to have dances, and I love to dance, or they're going to serve good food. I mean, that's up to each commissioner. This is how the problem that the city has gotten into. Putting some more requirements gets you deeper and debt, but on the other hand, it's not fair to the applicants. Well, you got to have a convention center before we give you a license, or you have to do this or do that. And they got themselves more people looking for licenses than they had licenses the last time, which led to about 6 months of torment. And it's whether you want to head that off or you just want to get up here and everybody's got their personal preference. But Abby could look into it, but I'm sure it's just felony, and there's a few requirements, that's it. And after that, it's what we decide.
Mr. Chairman, oh, sorry, Lynn.
Yes, yes.
I was going to say, I just want to be sure that it is publicly known that there is a liquor license available before we figure out our process, or as part of our process.
Part of the process, right.
That's fine.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And I would just add that as we've been looking into this, there is one statute on point that explains what qualifications you do need to consider, but it's very minimal. And whatever process you decide, I'll make sure Stacy has that so you can incorporate it into it.
Can be a tangled web.
Well, the solution would be we don't even have to issue that license. We can hold it if we choose.
Well, that's one of the city's deals for a long time, too. They were always holding it.
I mean, I don't know what the right answer is, I guess, but.
I don't either, but that is an option.
I think, I mean, we could sit down on a work session and just decide what the plan of attack we want to do with that, advertising it, when we want to give it out, when we want to hear, and deadlines for that. I don't know if I didn't come prepared to look at a timeline to say today, this is how I want to have it done. But I don't know if we want to turn around and make it an agenda item or a work session item, whatever we want to do. But I don't want to make it complicated that turns around and doesn't allow people the opportunity to get it. Okay, I want it to be pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We have the decision to make. You can base it on, as long as it's legal, you can base it on whatever you want to base it on. And I don't want to get into the situation that the city comes in. I think that becomes more, they've sometimes made their own mess with that. And we have one license to get, let's get the applicants in here, listen to what they have, and we can just make our decision on it. I don't want to make this any more of a hassle that excludes people from making an application for it.
I think your timeline idea is very crucial. Anybody that's planning on using the license January 1st, 2016 needs time. So we need to set a timeline when we will have a hearing on it or whatever you want to call it, and making a decision on whether we do and who we do too, and gives them ample time to plan to begin business, which sometimes is, well, it depends if it's a going business and they just need to add shelving and a little more bar or something like that. That's not a big deal. You can do that. But if you're starting from scratch, that's a 6-month deal, at least. So then that would be July 1st. So I don't know when you'd want to.
How much time do you have to give notice? How much is enough? Is 30 days enough that we're going to meet within 30 days? You have to have your application in 30 days? Do you need to give people 3 months to have their application in? Yes, if that's the case, and we want to have something done by July 1st, it allows the person that receives it, they have to be able to have their ducks in a row to make an application. Questions too. So, again, do we have any history of how long we've done anything like that? I mean, how long has it been since we've been doing
I've never been involved with a new liquor license.
Well, it sounds like that we should put it on our next agenda and figure out a time.
At the minimum, a timeline. Yeah.
At least a timeline to get it.
And maybe if somebody's got an idea of qualifications, other than maybe we could get sent to us the statute qualifications, get that out of the way, and then maybe somebody has an idea of what we should be looking for. or not, and we'll go from there. Is that fair enough that Stacy, that we'd get the statute before next meeting and at least get the state requirements out of the way? And we'll work on timeline most importantly, and
So you want to take action on setting a timeline to receive applications at your next meeting, at your first meeting in February? Is that what I'm hearing?
I see a lot of heads going up
Okay.
and down.
All right. Commissioner Pierce asked that I distribute SDCL 11-2-12. This is discussed in a comprehensive plan that was part of my packet. I don't know if you had anything else to add to
I
that.
just asked that because we talked in the strategic plan meeting about what the purpose of the comprehensive plan was, and I think it's kind of nice just to see it in writing.
There was the page that I copied out of the Voice magazine, and Commissioner Miller talked to Mike Holzhauser about that when he was here, from the Voice magazine that recognized him. And also, lastly, there is information regarding the 2015 election for a county commissioner representative on the South Dakota Retirement System Board of Trustees. If any of you are interested in that, maybe you all receive that information, but if not, I have the petitions and the information downstairs too, if anyone's interested in doing that, running for that position.
That's a statewide
Yeah.
position out of all the county commissioners statewide, right?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
Somebody else do that.
Me
I
too.
I got the letter. Did you guys get a letter? I didn't.
No,
No.
I got it when it was addressed to the county commissioner, chairman, and so I says, I'm not interested, but I don't want to deny anybody a chance.
The other thing I handed out this morning was a stapled packet of the statutes as of, I think, Thursday of last week that all pertain to counties. Had that, when you go through the bill topics, if you clicked on counties, that's what came up. I just received an email from Chris with SDACO on some additional updates, so I will continue to keep you posted on
Is
items.
this the same, is that Chris sent out, is this the same? Well, you have the actual section by the actual bill, okay. Well, I think if you click on hers, you get to that, right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
asked Stacy to print out.
Okay.
I wanted SB 2
Okay.
for you guys to review, but yeah, you can get it online.
All right.
And thank you for that. As much as possible, keep us up to date on if it's
Yeah.
a daily basis type of thing, because these things go quickly. And
Yep.
if we need to get in touch with our representatives out there.
And
as
if
far
you
as-
know of a specific bill too that you want me to keep tabs on, just let me know.
Is there a reason that these are all Senate bills and none of the House bills?
When I clicked on, it has a bill like topic list, and I clicked on counties, and these are the ones that came up, and they all happen to be Senate bills.
Because House Bill 1081 deals specifically with repealing several different things that are related to county commissions. The jail one was the one I thought was interesting. I didn't know if we ever had a regular meeting over at the jail, but there's one in there, and there's probably a reason for this that I don't understand, that they're repealing all county officials except sheriffs shall be paid for traveling expenses for each mile traveled in the discharge of their official duties. Why is that being repealed? Does anybody know that? I mean, how does that affect mileage if we're traveling for mileage? I saw that one, and I just didn't know what the deal was with that.
Yep.
Yeah, House Bill 1081.
You know, and when I did this, it was last week, because I was out part of Thursday and all of Friday, so it could have come up
Just come in.
Thursday afternoon or Friday too. I think this is some of the discussion with this one is with the state officials association as well. I think it's a repetitive. If I've been kind of glancing at those emails going around through the officials.
And they're cleaning up And I wonder if this is
I-
part of
I
that.
th- I think
That's
this is
what I
kind of
think.
cleaning up
Yeah.
things that, like visiting the jail, that either
Oh, they're old
haven't
statutes
been,
that-
haven't, you know, it was established
I just
way
wanted
back
to be
when
sure
and
there
hasn't
was
been
a,
looked at since. So I think that's what this is, because I think they speak to mileage reimbursement in other places.
I would just like to
and-
know that for sure.
Right. Can go back to, and I know, I almost want to say the
There's 7.
officials are supporting this bill,
Seven.
the officials of SDACO, so.
77-26. Attending meetings.
Do we ever get any explanations on positions that, I mean, that our association is taking on bills? Because, I mean, there'll be some bills there and they'll take positions on them, and that position is based off of their board of directors. And sometimes we don't even see that. I know in the association that I'm in, we have a weekly update that says these are the bills and these are the position that we're taking. And we have a government affairs group that has a weekly conference call that discusses them and that kind of stuff. But since I've really been here, our County Commissioners Association has not done really anything like that. And, I mean, we were out there for Brookings SDSU Day. There are some questions on a couple bills that affect the county commission, and we didn't even know about it. And it'd been nice to hear that from our association.
They do have that list. You just,
Yeah.
Ms. Stephenson just needs to contact Chris and have her send her that.
It says.
It comes in
says
green, red, and yellow.
Right.
Right. yeah, and it's
Green
been-
dot,
Yeah,
yellow,
And I'm not sure I'm
red.
getting those emails from her, so I'll
Talk to
like
Chris.
talk with her and make sure that I'm on that.
I mean, I've
on
heard
that
some
list.
rumblings of different things that will definitely affect how we do business at the county level, and we'll want to have some input on that somehow, or at least the association have some input, and we can talk with them and see how we're feeling about it. So,
Something as we move forward, 2 years I've been on here, I've heard discussion about various resolutions that Brookings County would like to support from the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. And we never get our resolutions turned in time. And so I think if we should pay closer attention to that, if we actually have something that we want to change. Donnie always had something with that one statute dealing with who we can give money to, and there was a couple other ones that came up. We never, and then one time I was out there and they tried to scramble one up, but once it didn't have once the board meets and approves which, bills they're going to support or not support or introduce, it's you're not going to get the endorsement of the association because it's just outside the boundaries. You're flying solo, really. So, okay, is that it, Stacy? Stacy, I got a state meeting email, and I'm sure you guys did too, just recently, the last day or two. So we'll have to. I didn't check the RSVP. Did you, Stephanie? The drop dead getting.
No, I didn't. You didn't send that out to us?
For state
For
state
our-
conference?
Yeah.
I haven't received it, so I don't think I'm on Chris's email list because I didn't get it.
Oh, maybe that's the problem. So you
Oh.
need to know.
Yeah. I'll contact her
Yeah,
after
and did you
today.
already make reservations?
I believe I did,
Yes, I
yes.
think you did too. I think
I've
we
already made
discussed that in
reservations
the
at the
fall.
Ramcota
Yes,
because
yes.
that's where it is.
Larry and I didn't receive that notice, so.
You did not receive
No,
it?
we did not.
Okay, you might want to check.
I'll visit with Chris and make sure that everyone is included on
Yeah.
those emails.
It was sent around 5 o'clock on the 26th.
And that's the 18, 19.
I'll forward it to you.
Of what month?
Yeah,
March,
thank you.
18th, 19th of March.
what is it?
The 18th and 19th.
To Stacy.
Conference, do I have that down?
Spring convention is
Here. 18th
March.
and 19th.
18th, I had it down, okay.
Yeah.
It's in Pier,
March
right?
18th and 19th at Pier.
Okay.
But
Just
if we-
I just sent it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, you'll have to let me know if you plan to attend. I think
I do.
I reserved
Yeah,
five,
do.
6 rooms?
yeah.
Okay.
I think I got it. Oh, what was the date again?
18th and 19th.
Oh,
Wednesday,
yep, that works, yeah, okay.
Yes, you plan
Yeah.
to go?
Mhm. Okay,
You plan on going? Yeah.
Yeah, for the time being, but if
Yeah.
something changes too, I can always late if I got a place to stay, so.
Larry, do you know if you're going to plan to go?
I always like to look at the schedule of who's
That's-
talking when.
That doesn't work, though. Last time, it was a good
Oh, we left when it was
convention.
good? Okay. Deputy State's Attorney report. And before we start, Abby, thanks so much for all the work above and beyond your Deputy State's Attorney jobs. This commission has kept you very busy with stuff. And I want to say that she worked Sunday from 2 to 4 something at least, because I was seeing the emails between her and Banner. And so thank you. I
And
really
she's been here the last 2 Sundays for at least 6 hours each day, for your information.
Well, I appreciate that, but then your money's well spent on that new deputy we'll be bringing on board. So just a couple quick legislative updates actually from me. Speaking of what Chairman Weiss had just said, former Commissioner Larson did contact me about the statute referring to how we disperse non-mandated funds to the non-mandated orgs. And I just provided him the statute that we talked about, and I think he's going to be working on that on our behalf with Senator Tiedemann. So just an update on that. That's all he asked of me, and he said he was working towards that. In terms of legislation that is more specific to my area, I'm the chair of the legislative committee for the South Dakota State's Attorneys Association, and we do the same thing. We monitor bills on a daily basis. We have a lobbyist that works for us. And the one that I really think is necessary to keep a tight watch on that would affect the county will be the new juvenile justice initiative that's coming down. You probably have heard a lot about that from the governor and the chief justice, and it's the same thing, the same idea as Senate Bill 70, but on the juvenile level. It's early on. It's just passed its first committee, and so there's potential for amendments as it goes along. And I know our state's attorneys association is trying to stay involved with that. But I will just say that in theory, just like Senate Bill 70, the idea is good. The outcome is desirable. What it takes to get there, I do not yet know, and I think it'll have a big impact on what appropriations agrees to give financially in conjunction with this bill, because this is something that the county will probably see a significant increase with. Maybe not the county commission, the county directly, but our different agencies within the county. So it's something I'm watching very closely, and I'll keep you updated as things change.
Thank you. And I remember when we did the other change, I was at Dusty Johnson's presentation at the state meeting, and we're going to stand behind you with money and help you cover the cost of this. And it'd be great to have something in the statute. Kind of holds your feet to the fire, I guess. Okay. Commissioners' report and discussion items. Leanne.
Okay, on January 6th, the day we were sworn in, I had my first county planning and zoning meeting, and it was very interesting. And at that meeting, there was a presentation by First District on amending the ordinance for the Board of Adjustments and the Planning Commission to separate out their duties. That did not pass, and it's being rewritten, and I think we'll be seeing it again at our next meeting. Have you gotten a draft of that yet, Abby?
No, ma'am, it's not ready for the February meeting. It would be the March meeting.
Okay, so no draft has come out yet? Okay, so, but that was very interesting. There were maybe a half dozen people, again, from Hendricks that testified regarding the bill and their problem with some of the notice requirements in that new ordinance. So we'll see that when it comes down. I went to the Volga Volunteer Fire Department meeting. Bob and Abby and I had a meeting to work on some county nuisance matters that I think will be trickling up eventually. Went to Brookings Day in Pier and the Pheasants Forever meeting.
Larry?
I guess about last Monday, I met with Madera Township and Doc, and we viewed the area we talked about here previously. Also, went out to Pier at Brookings Day at the legislature. Very informative. Glad I went. I did have a chance to slip over to talk to the local assistance program. Noelle Clarkson is kind of the assistant there, but she made an offer that if, being as we got new commissioners, she would be willing to come out to a commission meeting to explain the bridge program, the process of putting the bridge on the program all the way through to the completion of your project. There's a lot of involvement in it. They're very willing. They've done it years ago. Very informative. And if we deem it something we'd like to have her do, Stacy could contact her and do that. Noel's very good at explaining. Very helpful for the local people. So.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Otherwise, I guess I haven't had any meetings with any of the liaisons that I have, so that's all I have.
I have a question. You did send out letters to those boards that we were, who the new appointments were, right?
Yes.
Did you hear
I
from
Yes.
did go around it.
I either,
tonight?
Introduce myself, but the real authority I haven't.
Oh. All right.
yeah, we
I've
sent,
been hearing.
we sent letters. I mean, I contacted those who I had email addresses for immediately, and then we did send letters out to each of those groups with your name and contact information, your email address and stuff, so.
Good question, Stephanie. Yeah, are we done there, Larry?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, very good.
On January 20th, I attended a three-board meeting. We discussed some names for the new board member. We were given a report of the township who paid us to spray and to go out. Employees were recertified and will continue spraying township in 2015. The annual meeting will be March 6th. I met that day also with Caleb Fink, the student body president, regarding voting places on campus. And they'll still be looking to us to have a location on campus, although he informed me, someone that was pushing for this thought that the problem was money. And at that time I said that is not the issue. If we buy voting e-poll books.
Now that we have to purchase e-poll books, they're right around $2,000 each, and we had, I believe, 36 of them in November. So adding voting locations is going to be an expense because we would need 4 or 5 at each location, especially here in town.
Well, at the time that I talked to him, we didn't know about that, but now it will be a monetary thing. And he told me that they're trying to, the students are trying to push legislation for the state to help pay for it. But I don't think that's going to happen, frankly, in light of what has happened recently. Anyway, he also told me that the PAC Center was a non-issue because to those on campus, that feels like it is way in the North Pole, and they won't go there. So it needs to be at the Union, and there's room at the ball store. And I said I would bring this information to the board, and, you know, I said we have parking concerns, and he said we can open that lot. And he countered everything that I brought up, and I said, well, you know, you can come before us again, because I can't speak for the board, but I will pass along the information. So that's what I'm doing. On the 21st, I traveled to Pierre for Brookings Day. I attended numerous meetings, including the small group meeting with the governor, where Commissioner Copeland did a kind job of addressing some of our issues. On the 26th, I had a lengthy telephone conversation with Paul Cosgrove, and he initiated it. Paul is a director in the Department of Ag, and if you'll remember, and that's what I had Stacy go back in a minute and look at, we signed a document to receive a grant for road improvements near the dairy by Bruce, and that was where the dairy paid for all of the road improvements, and they're trying to help them out with that. Well, there were roads that were in 2 townships that were affected, and the DOT would like, they don't want to just hand money, grant money out and have no one overseeing the project. So what they're looking to us for is, and Chris, this will affect you guys, the DOT would like the county to oversee the project. So it would be from bidding through completion. And the question I asked him was, well, this is the township's project. I don't want them to think that we're stepping in. And he said, I will deal with that. I don't think there'll be a problem. But he said he would take care of that issue. And and then he also told me that LTAP would provide any assistance to us that they possibly could along the overseeing lines as well. But ultimately, what I think it would entail would be the same thing that our highway superintendent does on any of our road projects. So, food for thought.
Well,
And I told Paul that I would get back to him today after we discussed it.
Well, what do you guys think? You know what you're not, you two kind of missed the beginning when
Initial
the
part of
money
it.
was. But anybody have any thoughts here for Stephanie? It's a very good report.
No, is this an upgrade to the current road that's there? Is this a grant going towards more modifications towards the road?
Well, at one time, and I guess that's a good question, my memory, which doesn't mean a lot, was that it was going to go to the dairy and almost in a reimbursement for money already spent. Well, that was the state. This was a state deal. Isn't that correct, Stephanie and Ryan?
It is.
And so it sounds like it's got a different twist to it now. Is that?
Well, it's not a finished product.
Right.
That's what it would be, is to finish it.
Is to finish it. The initial money that the dairy or the whoever put towards this road, this dollar amount is going for further improvements, correct?
Yeah. I think they did meet the initial road agreement, and quite frankly, I think they spent north of 200,000, and now they see other dairies coming, and there isn't as much support. So I am a little confused on that part, and Stephanie being aware of the township sensitivities is an excellent point, and Paul's the neatest guy. I mean, but I would still want to ride herd on that part of it, the relationship with the township. Not that I wouldn't trust somebody from the state, but there are township in our county, and I would definitely want to be part of that discussion, somebody from the commission, to make sure our township's being protected. So I don't know. I guess a little clarification, is it now just going to be a road project that we're supposed to supervise on this stuff?
Yeah, he said Darren Bergquist, DOT, had called and said that he didn't want to just turn that money over without somebody overseeing the process, from bidding to completion. And so Darren would be comfortable if it were the county.
I guess my
is the project?
Oh, it's a road, a township road leading from a county road up to this dairy.
So are there the issues with right-of-ways and easements and like we've got, it's just
Traffic,
Finishing.
condition,
finishing the road itself?
wear and tear, you know.
It was a township road that couldn't handle the traffic that was going on there. So they built it
So
up.
it's the surface
and
of
they
the road that
widened
we're
it.
talking about,
Yes.
not all of the stuff that we're dealing with on 34.
We're not
Yeah.
paving it or anything like that.
No,
It's just
no.
making sure the road itself can handle.
Is the grant application complete?
Yes, I believe it is.
Nice to,
The money's sitting there waiting. He just isn't ready. to
and
hand it over.
that describes what is gonna be done to the road. Correct. Yeah.
Paul did it, so I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
Well, I think
They just
Stephanie's
want
looking
somebody to
for
make
some.
sure that
Mhm.
it's
That the bidding is
advertised,
done
bidding done
correctly,
correctly.
yes.
Not that Dick and Chris are looking for work to do, but I think it's an important part of our county. It's important to, very important to this township. And so I believe, and if you nod your head, that we'll participate in that process. I guess if you want to talk to Paul, I would like a commissioner to be involved with the townships in this discussion to make sure, you know.
I would be happy to volunteer.
Thank
for
you.
that if
Perfect.
are looking for
Very
volunteers.
good. Yes, thank you. Very good.
If you need help, I'm willing to help too.
Is that it? Steph?
No, I have that one more.
Yeah, that's fine. That was a very good one.
On the 25th, I received a call from Representative Heineman regarding SB2, which is why I had Stacy print that out, concerning the formation of the water basins. And he would like input from us on that. So, you know, I know that we don't all think in concert on this issue. So, you know, I told him my thoughts, but I said, I am not speaking for the commission because we do not all agree on this. And so if you feel strongly, in fact, he approached me out at here at the social. And then he called me Sunday night and, you know, he said, please tell your commissioners to call me.
Okay. Rather than a commission 3-2 vote or whatever, would we just prefer to contact him with our concerns or approval, whatever about
I think so. You know, he has not made up his mind, and it's just like us. You know, I wish more people would contact us so we would know better how to vote on things, and that's what he's looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Can I follow up one question? And Ryan touched on it. On these e-polls, I'm very happy with the vote centers myself, and I think our public is. And I think you touched on it, those used ones. And I think you were leading up to that. Was there any inquiry at the value of those used ones, and do we want to fool around with used ones? And does a service contract come with a used one? All those kind of things.
I think that's something that we need
We'd
to
have
further
to check
discuss. The ones we have now are with, the vendor would be Hart. I don't know. I mean, at this point, we're looking at kind of getting them off our hands as fast as possible at this point, because we don't own them. We can't rent them anymore. We don't have insurance on them at the county level. We want them gone. So
the April election, though, for the city and the school board,
we believe that the state has 20 e-poll books, and they said that, you know, the city and the school, if there is an election, could rent them. There's possibly rent them from the state for the April election.
They were going to check on it, and they should have an answer in the next day or two.
Okay, thanks. Well,
so I guess the question to lead off of that, though, is if the city's renting them and they rent them one more time, then they're going to be in the same boat we are after the election, right? And the school board and all that kind of stuff.
What they've said is these counties who have purchased e-poll books are then able to rent them to other entities that would like to use them for their elections. However, we don't own them at this point.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So we have nothing available. We can't rent something we don't own. No. So
you can always try, but not.
But the discussion could be that splitting the cost or sharing the cost of purchasing, which allows everybody that used to do them, or would you rather not go down that road? I mean, if there's 3 other entities that have elections, you know, would it make sense to say, instead of us paying $2,000 for 30 of them, would it potential for us to split that in thirds between the other entities?
I don't know that you could split it in thirds, because we would need, you know, they can get away with maybe not even quite 15 to 20 e-poll books, where we're dealing with that many more and that many more locations, and the maintenance agreements and the service contracts would be, well, we would technically need all of them, where the city and school would only need this many of them, and who pays, but we're gonna use them all, and they're only, you know,
And there would be other cities and other schools that would
Yeah, I
eventually
mean,
have
you know, I know I've
elections,
had
too.
discussions with the Sioux Valley School District, who was interested in vote centers as well. I mean, with polling locations in Volga, Sinai, and Bruce, not that they would eliminate any of those, but then that would allow anyone within that school district to vote at any of those locations wherever they happen to be on election day, instead of having to go to their designated area. I'll need to touch base with her again and say that that's probably a year off maybe, but for them, but
So you're thinking off the top of your head would,
I think the first decision that has to be made is if we're going to continue with vote centers, the only way we can do that is if we purchase e-poll books.
but then we'd have the ability to rent those out.
Yes, we
and
would.
get some of those there, and there would be people that would need those. or
I
looking at
believe
needing
so. I think Brookings City and School District want to continue with vote centers. Like I said, you know, the Sioux Valley School District has the potential there. You know, I've had that discussion with Lori Nelson is the finance officer, the business manager over there. We've talked about it. So there is a potential there. Not that they've said anything or are going to, but so.
Mr. Chair, sorry to cut you
Yes.
off. I would just comment that Vicki brought this issue to my attention yesterday, and I did have a chance to visit with City Attorney Steve Breitzman. And our recommendation going forward, should we choose to purchase e-poll books, and he hasn't visited with the city council or anything yet, but we just discussed this preliminary idea of if we are considering this idea of renting them out or some sharing policy, we should put something in writing and have a resolution that explains what our procedure is and what these amounts are. Because as far as I know right now, we don't have anything like that. So that would just be something to keep in mind going forward.
Thank you.
36.
And Stephanie, I appreciate your visiting with the student body president. And he's entirely correct. Being teaching up there, they do look at the PAC as might as well have it downtown, you know. But the union, it's a borderline. It's just a mental borderline. And the union feeds an average day 5,000 different people. And that includes faculty and students. And so it is the hub. It's used very much. The problem being that west lot, if you're in there for 5 minutes and take it from somebody that just went in to talk to somebody and came out, that's $50. And that one's in the east lot is a little machine with an arm. And I've been up there when they're charging, and you still can't find a parking place. So,
I told him that. He counted all of it. Oh, no, we can do this and this. You are right.
you would need valet parking out there.
Because you would also have to make sure that students who know there's going to be free parking there for the day aren't saying, hey, look at this opportunity.
That's what I mean.
He had a solution for that. He would have, he said, my fraternity brothers could stand there and not only let people in that were coming in.
Yeah, well,
And-
anyway.
And how can you
But-
tell a voter from a student?
But he is right. That is the hub of the campus, that everybody that goes up there virtually
But you
goes
can't
to-
get there and you can't find a parking
Yeah, that's
spot.
right.
So that's one of our major issues.
Mhm.
And that's why I guess maybe the compromise should be them saying, well, that's a little too far out. It's a heck of a lot closer than having to go downtown, you know, if they wanted to vote. I mean, to go to the PAC, because it's 300 yards from the hyper. That's the excuse to use to go to the basketball game. I mean, they can make it there, you know, and they do that all the time. So it's like, okay, let's go a few hundred yards and we can go vote. But,
It's a convenience issue. It's a special effort to go to the PAC. While I'm already
you should
here,
make
there
that
it
the vote.
is.
You should make that the vote.
I know.
Make
yeah.
a special effort.
Okay, very good. But thank you for visiting on that. Ryan?
Yes. Sorry, I'm going to go through my file here, so I may. Anyway, started on January 9th when Superintendent Dick and I went to meet with the landowners of the 34th and negotiate purchases of right-of-way and easement. And we met a couple times, 2 of them on the 9th and one on the 13th and one on the 14th. And we were successful of getting some agreements put together, and we'll be going out hopefully in the near future to get the signed purchase agreements. And And then I met with a couple gentlemen of the Transportation Committee on the 20th Street overpass discussion. I wanted to know if we were interested as a county of the support. I think we put a letter of support when they went there for the meeting, Brookings SDSU Day. So that was good, and they talked about wish list of trying to have that as an overpass or an interchange, and there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts, but we will have to be involved in that conversation because we will have some costs incurred, down the road if this comes to fruition. And it sounds like there's a lot of people and a lot of entities that are looking to try to get that done. So we need to work on that stuff. Obviously, we had our strategic planning on the 15th and that kind of stuff. Some of the other things were we have had a hospital meeting. It was on the 22nd, and that was not a board meeting. That was a meeting of the planning of what the process is for the new expansion of Brookings Health System and the new hospital. And they will be working on, they have two consultants, one with the hospital and one with the foundation. And they are working with those consultants on the design and also a funding mechanism for that. And so, again, I'm sure they will be coming to the county for funds for brick and mortar towards that. And we don't know what that is. They're hoping in end of March we'll know more, and I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing somebody come in front of us for that one. But that was a meeting there on that stuff. Went to Brookings SDSU Day, met with Department of Ag, Lucas Lynch, in one of the meetings. Our legislators had a luncheon with them. I was in the meeting with Governor Dugard. We discussed the funding bill that he has posed, and he talked in length about that. We also brought up the Medicaid discussion, expansion and discussion, where he's at on that, and he gave us a very good explanation of where his thoughts are on that and stuff, because I did relate that that directly affects us and our welfares and taking care of that. And then went to the economic development one with Pat Costello, and then also the Department of Transportation with Joel Junt, and that was a very good there, and we have some information on that. I can get that if anybody else wasn't there, but it just talked about the stuff that's happened in Brookings, what the plans are in the next few years of expansion and completion of projects that will be going on. They'll be doing the Highway 14 bypass coming up this year, 2016. They'll be doing Highway 14 through Brookings from Madera to 34th, and then there's also other projects small projects that they'll be working on, stuff like that. So, and then the overpass did come up in that discussion, and he wasn't didn't give us a lot of thumbs up on that one. Said, so it sounds like it's going to be a lengthy process to get that to work, but we do have a lot of people working on it, I think, too. So that'll be good. And I do have a meeting here, let me see, with my Essential Mental Health group for trying to figure out the day. I've got it in here somewhere, but we're meeting with them and going over strategic planning portion of them. They're looking into their strategic plan on that, and they wanted our input on that. So anyway, lots of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, this is more of just conversation. Mark Mickelson came up to us and talked about our voting processes on conditional use and stuff. So that's why I was saying we need to keep track of the bills that are coming up, because they could have directly, right now, 2/3 majority for conditional use. There's talk about a simple majority for conditional use. And so not sure if that's going to make it or not, but like I said, when you get out there and you're talking to people, these things come up. You don't know if they're going to come out or not. So that's why on a daily basis, if we see some stuff coming up, we need to be able to have input on that, because that does affect us as there. So, yep. But anyway, again, Brookings SDSU Day was a very informative, busy day, but it was definitely well worth the work that the Chamber and BDC puts together, because we do get in front of a lot of the governor's staff and the governor himself, and so that certainly doesn't hurt. And And we did, on one of those two, is we did thank the governor for the grants for our Nervita. We have that 400,000 for the infrastructure improvement program from GOED and 200,000 from agribusiness grant from the South Dakota DOT, which is still there. And so I did thank him for that and this process on that. So it was a good meeting.
I think it should be noted also that when we were introduced, when Brookings County was introduced in the summer, the lieutenant governor called us the star.
The county or the city?
The county.
Oh.
Well, all
All of
Brookings
us.
County, the star of South Dakota. So I think that should be noted.
Right, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I've talked enough.
Okay, other than places you've already been and I saw you there, Growth Partnership continues. It's got a couple of great projects, but good things are hard to come fast. But probably the biggest discussion that you should be aware of is the land use, how they're developing a plan to generate income to free themselves of the city and county subsidy. That has been a driving discussion. And the way the place was set up, and they made the best decision at that time with the information available, kind of put the place kind of behind the 8 ball right away and in a tough spot. But we do have some legislation that is going through that will remove some of the problems that were created, and the board is working diligently to remove themselves from the subsidy. And they do have many projects, and in fact the building is doing quite well as far as it's the land and infrastructure and the costs and the land replacement that was promised to SDSU when this all started, and is kind of an albatross. But they're working diligently. And another project that's taking a while is Novita, but it's still alive. They were calling the other day, wanted to know who was on the railroad authority, and I gave them your names, Larry and Ryan, and so they're obviously still considering. I ran into Hunter Roberts, and I did the same thing. I thanked him very much for keeping our grants alive way past what we originally talked about, and thanked him. Had a opportunity to meet Transportation Secretary Berquist with Al Kurtenbach for a brief moment, and sounds like those of you that were out there did a nice job, because didn't get a big hit the road jack. That the presentation and the need is starting to sink in. One thing that Bob went to the transportation, it was more, they wanted the interchange more in the overpass. We may have to bite off and only receive the overpass.
What they was referring to is trying to do it in phases. Design it so you could do the interchange, but go for the overpass now, but have the extra right of way and stuff lined up, so in the future maybe it might be 20 years before it becomes an interchange, but we could have the bypass
overpass.
Yeah, overpass ahead of time.
The only thing, and you asked, Ryan kind of touched on this, I think, about money, and the projects they've been taking on, counties and developers have been participating with the state. So anyway, so that's all I did, and that's plenty. And anything else for the good? Otherwise, we'll go into executive session. South Dakota Codified Law 1-25-2, number 3, consulting with legal counsel or reviewing communication from legal counsel about proposed or pending litigation or contractual matters.
Second.
Moved and second. Miller, Krogman. You got to go to roll.
Miller? Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce?
Aye.
Krogman?
Aye.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And he's